If I can call this meeting to order, good evening, everyone. We do have three agendas we're going to be following this evening. The first being the special council meeting to deal with application for zoning bylaw amendment, Department of Planning and Development Services, report number 2013-58, subject public hearing report for zoning bylaw amendment, file number D14-0513, 1937, that would be the address, not the year, 1937, Ramey Road. The second agenda we're going to be following this evening is the committee of the whole agenda, and that, of course, as always, will be followed by our council meeting, which we hope will ratify most, if not all, the decisions made at committee. So with that, we're going to start off with a prayer by Councillor Frank Danch, and that's going to be followed by the national anthem by Mr. Joe Longfellow. Councillor Danch.
O Lord, keep our city in your perpetual mercy, and because without you we cannot but fall. Preserve us from all things hurtful and lead us to all things profitable, to our salvation through Jesus Christ, your Son, our Lord, who lives and reigns with you, one God, now and forever. Amen.
O Canada, our home and native land, true patriot love in all thy sons command. Carlton bras et porte l'épée, il s'est porté la croix. Son histoire est une épopée de plus brillant exploit. God keep our land glorious and free. O Canada, we stand on guard for thee. O Canada, we stand on guard for thee.
Thank you, Joel. As always, bang on. Perfect.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Well done. Members of council, if I can have a motion to confirm the agenda, please. Councillor Kenny, Councillor Steele, any questions or comments? All those in favor? Opposed? That will be carried. Thank you. Are there any disclosures of interest this evening? With none, we will now move on to the public hearing under the Planning Act. I'm now going to pass the floor on to Mr. Aquilina. Dan, welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and good evening to you, members of council, staff, and those in attendance this evening. As mentioned by the Mayor, the purpose of this meeting tonight is to consider a rezoning application filed by Rankin Construction for property legally known as Part Lot 23 and Lot 24, Concession 2, municipally known as 1937 Ramey Road. Method of tonight's meeting was given in accordance with Section 34 of the Planning Act and Section 5 of Ontario Regulation 545/06. Notice of this meeting was mailed out to all property owners within 120 meters of the subject property, and that was mailed out on August 27th, and proper poster notice was also placed on the property. The explanation to be followed this evening, Mr. Mayor, is I will present Planning and Development Report 2013-55 when I present the application for zoning bylaw amendment. We will then give the applicant an opportunity to address council. We will then allow council an opportunity to ask questions to myself or the applicant. We will then open the floor up to those members of the public that wish to address council. I will give an announcement respecting written notice of passage of the zoning bylaw amendment application, and I will give an explanation of future meetings to be followed this evening with regards to the application. This time, Mr. Mayor, I would like to present the application for the zoning bylaw amendment, and that's through Planning and Development Report 2013-58. The notice actually describes the details of the application. The present zoning of the property is an extractive industrial zone. The applicant proposes to change the zoning to a site-specific EI-373 concrete product manufacturing to permit the use of precast concrete manufacturing on a property and I'm sorry, this does not work. If Heather can go to the next slide. You will see on the bottom right-hand corner of the property intersected by Snyder and Second Concession, there's a block of land 300 meters by 500 meters. The site-specific zoning would only apply to that particular portion of the property. The current extractive industrial zoning of the property would remain. Upon the mailing of the notice, the following comments were received, and we have shortened those up and have indicated those in the Planning and Development Report. There's a J. Terryberry at 517 Chippewa Road, indicates that they're not opposed to the rezoning, but is concerned about increased dust from the quarry, which is currently a problem. James and Debbie Wakanuk at 523 Highway 3 disagrees with the zoning application and will appeal property assessment on the grounds that their property will be devalued as a result of an adjacent industrial zoning. Gail Babian at 975 Chippewa Road indicates they're not necessarily opposed to the rezoning, but have several questions about the proposal, and they are as followed. Will truck traffic increase? Will there be retail operations at the plant? Will Schneider Road or Babian Road be improved for truck traffic? And will noise and dust from the site be increased? Charlene and Jack Halinga at 770 Highway 3 has provided lengthy comments. I will try to summarize those. The main office of Port Colborne Quarries prominently displays an artist's rendering of the ultimate passive water recreation restoration plan for the site. With the progress of active extraction at the time, it was reasonable to calculate the rehabilitation could be completed in 10 to 20 years. Now, 40 years later, there has been little more restoration on this property than moving excess overburden onto side slopes. In the 1980s, in the 1980s, Port Colborne Quarries applied to purchase and close a portion of Snyder Road south of Second Concession. This was opposed and ultimately rejected by the Council of the City of Port Colborne on the grounds that full restoration would be delayed by interconnection of the pits to the west and east of Schneider Road. In the late 1970s, the City of Port Colborne changed the zoning of Part Lot 22, Concession 2 to residential development, which is the current designation. Ultimate development of this property to residential would be immediately adjacent to the proposed industrial EI-373 zoning, thus creating incompatible coexistence. Would the future residential development be restricted by the proposed industry, or would the earlier zoning of residential prevail over the proposed industrial site? The site under consideration for rezoning is currently under a license for extraction filed and agreed between Port Colborne Quarries and the Ministry of Natural Resources. The restoration requires rehabilitation to passive water recreation. The extraction on the subject site was completed prior to 1970, yet restoration is minimal. The question raised is, does the city have the right to change the agreement between Port Colborne Quarries and the Ministry of Natural Resources and allow construction of a manufacturing facility which will forever prevent the final restoration in accordance with the M&R license? The zoning of extractive industrial is a temporary use subject to scale of operation and timing of final restoration. A good example is Peninsula Lakes Golf Course in Fawn Hill. The current proposal is a permanent manufacturing use which will forever prevent final restoration. If the current proposal is granted, the city and the adjacent residents will never enjoy the ultimate passive water recreation rehabilitation. The quarry has expanded east beyond Babian Road. There have been ongoing rumors of plans for conveyors, crushing plant relocation, etc., to make the rehabilitation move forward. No progress has been visible on these rumored plans, and under the current method of operation, the rehabilitation is being prevented from moving forward because the west of the site is still being used for ancillary uses to support the operations to the east. Recently, Rankin Construction applied for rezoning of the property at the corner of Highway 140 and Highway 3 for a hotel development. This property is within 300 meters of the proposed industrial site. Changing the zoning of the proposed site to the industrial would create another incompatible use. And finally, we respectfully submit that a more appropriate location for the industrial EI-373 zoning for the concrete product manufacturing is east of Babian Road. And the final comment received is from Harry and Donna Wells, and they reside at 548 Highway 3 East. They state as follows: they disagree with the rezoning application noted above, being the application before us this evening. If the above rezoning is granted, I will appeal my property assessment on the grounds that my residential property will be devalued as a result of an adjacent industrial zoning. Mr. Mayor, the following agencies have also responded to the application. The city's building division indicates steps will need to be taken in the design of the building to minimize the effects of blasting. Fire and Emergency Services indicates construction of a building on this site may require a fire protection water supply in conformance with the Ontario Building Code. This will be determined at the time of building plan review. The Ministry of Transportation indicates that the applicant must be advised that the Ministry building land use permits will be required for all buildings and structures within 46 meters from the Highway 140 limit, 396 meters from the intersection of Highway 140 and Highway 3. In addition, no pre-servicing, grading, and installation of signs on the subject land is permitted without the issuance of ministry permits. In general, the applicant should be aware that future development on these lands will require ministry review and approval. All proposed buildings and structures for the above and below ground, utilities, frontage roads, fire routes, essential parking, and stormwater management ponds must be set back of 14 meters. And the applicant will be required to submit a full-size scale site plan, a site servicing and grading plan, and a traffic impact study, and a detailed stormwater management plan and report indicating the changes of drainage runoff caused by the development and intended treatment of this calculated runoff as it impacts on Highway 140 and Highway 3 right-of-ways. Niagara Peninsula Conservation Authority indicates they have no objection. The Regional Municipality of Niagara indicates they're not opposed in principle of the zoning from a regional or provincial perspective. The following policies affect this application before us. The region's policy plan identifies this property as an urban area, which permits forms of residential, commercial, and industrial uses. The City of Port Colborne official plan, the 1980 plan, designates this land as extractive industrial, and naturally, extractive industrial lands are serviced or reserved for harvesting mineral and aggregate resources. Permitted uses include the extractive industrial quarrying, processing, storing, and shipping of limestone rock. The city's current official plan, adopted in 2012, also in this category is now up to date with the province's mineral aggregate operations. And again, the same uses follow the same policies as does the 1980 plan. The following zoning, as you can see on this slide, the westerly portion of the property is zoned extractive industrial. You will see to the south there is light industrial. That is not the applicant's lands. To the east of that, you'll see some residential enclaves being R1 first density residential and residential development. Further east, again, the property is zoned, it's on the next slide, Mr. Howe, as well as it is zoned industrial, extractive industrial. Mr. Mayor, this does conclude the Planning and Development Report 2013-58. For this time, if the applicant is in attendance and wishes to address council. I'd be more than happy to invite them to the podium.
Thank you, Mr. Aquilina. Would the applicant like to come up and make presentation? Mr. Rankin, as always, welcome.
Hi, Mr. Mayor and members of council. I'll be fairly brief. It's not that Rankin Construction's, proposing that this industry came to town. They looked for properties in Niagara. They wanted to see our source of aggregate, and they came into our quarry and they said, oh, this is where we'd like to be. So I'm just trying to accommodate an industry that would like to come to Port Colborne, potentially create jobs here. So it's not, so we've looked at it, and I'm willing to lease them the land for a long period of time. I think you said 300 meters by 500 meters. We've looked at the potential of running sewers and water main in from Main Street. We've told them the cost of doing this, which they're going to have to pay. It's doable to do it. We've looked at it from an engineering perspective. So we could bring in sewer and water main for them. They would have, the main access would be off Snyder Road. This industry does not, I've seen it, this industry operate, and it doesn't create a lot of noise or pounding or anything like that. It's an industry that's a clean industry, and it looks to create quite a few jobs in Port Colborne, and they're looking at more than one product to make. And I know one of the products that potentially they could make is not used in Canada, but it's used in southern United States and Florida. They could even have an export to markets like that, right down the canal potentially, with the dock being so close. So I think those are reasons why they liked it. I unfortunately wasn't even here when they, I think John McClellan, I'm not sure, I was out of town when they came and visited the quarry, but I've met the industry before. And the day they came, one of our engineers met them and showed them around, and the consensus was, this is where we'd like to be. So there's not a lot of industrial land in Port Colborne of this magnitude. You know, you're talking a pretty big, I think 40 acres at least there. And and the potential cost, we've worked out a price for them. It's in the $15 million range to put up the building. So it's not, it's not any small building. It's a pretty fair sized building. So, I realize that some people have Jack Olinga. I know Jack from the other world, the contractor world. And my understanding is this pit was pre-existed any legislation for quarries. So I don't know where you get that plan. Anybody can put a big lake on a plan. And there's nothing that says that that lake was for your enjoyment. I could put a fence around there so you'd never see it. And so you're assuming that that lake was for your enjoyment. The previous owners did that, but we can always change that. In other words, we've talked to Ministry of Natural Resources. That's not etched in stone. The first pit where this building would be put up is not governed by legislation. It pre-exists legislation. So I don't think you're right on that one, Jack. So really haven't got a lot more to say other than I think it would be a great addition to have in Port Colborne. I'm looking forward to it, and I'm just trying to accommodate this industry. You know what I mean? I'm not trying to extract a lot of money or sell the property to them. I'm going to be, work with them to try to give them the best lease payment possible. I will get some remuneration sort of thing, but I'm trying to accommodate because I think we need industries in Niagara, and I'm very happy to try to accommodate them.
Great, thank you, Mr. Rankin. Members of council, any questions? Councillor Kenny and Councillor Butters.
Thank you, Mr. Rankin. I just one question because you actually brought it up. Do you currently, is there a license for the quarry, like where the proposal is going in? Is there a license there for them to I guess, extrapolate?
My understanding is pits 2 and 3 were licensed, but pit 1 was never licensed. And John McClellan can correct me on that one because he's dealt with the ministry. That pit 1 was never really licensed. Pit 2 and 3 are.
So yes, so the proposed industry is not going into pit 1?
It is.
It is, so you have to get a license for that?
Mr.
No?
Rankin?
No, we're not extracting anything
okay.
out of it. So we don't need a
Okay,
license. It's
that's
already
all.
been extracted. Everything's been extracted out of there, basically.
Okay, great.
Yeah.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Butters.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to Mr. Rankin, one of the questions that was asked was about locating this factory further east, so it would still allow for rehabilitation of pit 1. Could you speak to that, please?
Mr. Rankin?
We just thought that, we wanted it in pit 1, and, we didn't look at going further east. I think there's a lot more water ponding in the east pit.
Maybe I can help you, Tom.
Okay, sure.
Pit 1 was never licensed. Okay, so Pit 1 was never licensed. Pit 1 was a quarry and extracted before the licensing process took place. So its zoning and everything deals with the city and with us. If we go into Pit 2 or Pit 3, then we have to go to the Ministry of Natural Resources. We have to ask for a site amendment. It's a whole long process, and there's no reason to do it because there is still rock to be extracted in Pit 2, and there's rock to be extracted in Pit 3. So this one is completed. It's a simple thing to do because it's the city and us that are asking for this rezoning. We don't have to get any other government agencies involved.
Councillor?
Thank you. Also, Mr. Rankin, you just mentioned that the main access would be off Snyder Road.
Yes.
Could you speak to that as well? Because Snyder Road is a pretty small road, and can you talk about trucks and traffic?
Yeah, there will be truck traffic going in and out and probably employees because we don't want them coming off Concession Road. And then because they could interfere with our trucks that are hauling stone from Pit 3, to our crusher, which is in Pit 1. So we don't want that interference, potential for a lot of accidents. So the employees would go in off Snyder Road. We're going to build a ramp so they can get up out of the pit, and there'll be a ramp that'll be, of such a gradient that it won't be too steep. And there will be, if there has to be some improvements, I know it's asphalt pavement right now, but if there had to be some, improvements, then that's not going to be a big problem. But I don't think the traffic is going to be, nothing like it's going to be on Highway 3. There will be some truck traffic, and there might be, I can't say how many vehicles an hour, but it's not going to be like most streets in the city. There's going to be a lot less traffic.
Thank you. Councillor?
Thank you. Through you again, Mr. Mayor. Could you talk to us too about the number of jobs that this has the potential to create in terms of the factory itself, as well as the building of it?
And I'm only going by what they've said. They've said up to 150, but you know what I mean? That's what they've said to us. And I perhaps the mayor can confirm that's what they told him as well. So that's what they told us. So I don't want to be, I don't want you to come back and say, Rankin, you said 150 jobs, because I'm just relating what they said to me.
And that's in the plant, or is that building of the plant and?
That's in the plant. That doesn't include any construction jobs. That's not any construction job, no.
Thank you, Councillor. Any further questions of the presenter? With none, Mr. Rankin, John, McClellan, thank you. Appreciate it. Mr. Aquilina.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Is there any questions to myself from members of council?
Members of council, any questions of Mr. Aquilina? Councillor Botter?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to Dan. Dan, if this was to go ahead, is there an opportunity for the city to put site plan control on this?
Mr. Aquilina?
Through Mr. Mayor to Councillor Bonner, absolutely. This development would require site plan control. There is an existing 1980 site plan agreement in place. This may require an amendment to that site plan agreement, or it could be an actual new application just to deal with this proposed use, this facility.
Councillor?
So such things as people have been complaining about the amount of dust, which may or may not come from that area, but there could be such things as the road has to be paved going out of it so that there isn't any excess dust from that plant, something like that. Is that what site plan control could do?
Mr. Aquilina?
Through Mr. Mayor to Councillor Bonner, yes, that would be looked into. We would circulate that to all members of staff, and that comment could come back. That could be a requirement through the site plan agreement to control dust, for example.
Councillor? Councillor Elliott?
Thank you, Mayor. Through to Dan. I guess my eyebrows went up when Mr. Rankin said that this pit is operated, I guess we're going to say legal non-conforming. Is there any way that we as the city have any control over the remediation of the pit?
Mr. Aquilina?
Through Mr. Mayor to Councillor Elliott, this property right there where you see that red square, that's currently zoned extractive industrial. It's a permitted use in the zoning bylaw. It's recognized. The opportunity may be there through the site plan agreement. However, those requirements are normally undertaken through the Ministry of Natural Resources. We really don't have much authority over the actual license, but it could be something that we can address and open up for a discussion between Rankin and the MNR. I can't guarantee it, though.
Because of Mr. Rankin's statements, he said that this quarry operated outside of the rules and regulations of the MNR, and therefore he's not guided to remediate it. It's a pretty big scar to have on the city with no form of remediation that we can impose. And through Mr. Rankin's statement that the MNR can't impose it because the Quarries Act says that you must remediate as you go along in your quarrying procedures. So obviously pits 2 and 3 to the east would fall under those auspices. And I'm surprised that the original quarry operated outside of those parameters. And now it sounds like we don't have any way to have it remediated. When you bring your report forward, can you include that in where that stands legally with the MNR, what enforcement we have on remediation of it, and the agreement that was in place with Port Colborne Quarries and the city of Port Colborne? In fact, does that still exist? Is it enforceable? Or where do we stand with remediation of the pit?
Mr. Aquilina?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through to Councillor Elliott. A few things. As indicated before, this area is not currently under any license. It is, however, under
Dan,
a site.
can you explain that just a bit more in depth? Because I think there's some misunderstanding what that actually means.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, anyone looking to operate a quarry needs to actually have a license agreement between the Ministry of Natural Resources under the Pits and Quarries Act.
So it's not a zoning issue, it's just a license under that act with the MNR.
Correct, Mr. Mayor. You need to have that license agreement in order to operate a quarry across Ontario. That license between the Ministry of Natural Resources and Rankin does not affect this particular portion of the lands, as you see with the red. However, it's because it's outside of the license area being there for so long. The lands to the east do have a license agreement, and there was an actual plan for restoration on those lands. However, we can't go under that license agreement for this particular portion because it doesn't exist on this particular portion. If we're going to address site plan control and apply this, that may be the opportunity to actually try to get some rehabilitation on this particular portion of the property through the site plan agreement.
Okay, Councillor?
I understand that it didn't operate under a licensed agreement with the MNR to extract from it. Therein lies my problem, because there's no enforcement by the city to actually remediate the hole in the ground. Am I getting that correct? That because it's not bound under the Pits and Quarries Act through the MNR under license, we're basically not able to enforce any remediation of it, and therefore that pit could sit there forever.
Mr.
Am I
Aquilina?
Through you,
understanding
Mr.
that?
Mayor, the only opportunity we would have would be through the site plan agreement process. That would be it. We can try to get remediation plans and do something where we can't fall under the actual license because one does not exist on this particular property.
Thank
Site
you.
plan agreements are only control.
Thank you, Mr. Aquilina. Okay. Go ahead.
So the existing agreement between Port Colborne Quarries' previous owner and the city of Port Colborne is no longer in existence, as stated in Mr. Halenga's correspondence, I guess you want to call it.
Mr. Aquilina?
Mr. Mayor, through you, no, that actually there is an actual agreement. A lot of the paragraphs through the site plan agreement addressed Port Colborne Quarries expansions to pit 2 and 3. So if a development is going to come forward for pit 1, that would be the opportunity to either go under the existing site plan agreement because it does identify this property, doesn't contain any paragraphs because this operation is no longer in use, it's for lands to the east. However, if this proposed use actually is approved and a development comes forward, we can then address any sort of paragraph and whatever the direction of council could be for any sort of remediation or any other requirement through the site plan agreement, whether it's through an amendment or a new agreement.
Thank you. Any first-time questions before I go to Councillor Butters? Councillor Butters.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to Mr. Aquilina. Could you tell me then what happens to the, like the money per ton that's set aside for the restoration fund? Would that only be able to be used for pits 2 and 3 then? If that was ever to come about? Or could monies be used from that restoration fund that's been collected for a very long time?
Mr.
Used in
Aquilina?
pit 1?
Through Mr. Mayor to Councilor Butters, I am not aware of any sort of particulars. I'm not well versed on what agreement they have with the Ministry of Natural Resources, so I can't answer that at this time, but it's something that we can look into and address in the next report to council.
Thanks, Dan. Any further questions or comments to Mr. Aquilina? With none, Dan, back to you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would like to read the following before we open up to those members of the public. If a person or public body does not make oral submissions at a public meeting or make written submissions to the City of Port Colborne before the proposed zoning bylaw amendment is approved, the person or public body is not entitled to appeal the decision of the City of Port Colborne to the Ontario Municipal Board. If a person or public body does not make oral submissions at a public meeting or make written submissions to the City of Port Colborne before the proposed zoning bylaw amendment is approved, the person or public body may not be added as a party to the hearing of an appeal before the Ontario Municipal Board unless, in the opinion of the board, there are reasonable grounds to add the person or public body as a party.
We are now going to ask anybody in the gallery if they have any comments or questions. And if you folks want to come on up, state your name, your address, and make any comments. Mr. Lenga, you had your hand up first. We're going to call on you first.
I'd like to also present a written submission.
Sure. Thank you, Jack.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of Planning Committee, members of Council, staff, and interested audience. My name is Jack Halinga. My wife and I reside at 770 Highway 3 East, Part Lot 22, Concession 2. We have lived there since 1974. That's approaching 40 years. We have a long history with Port Colborne Quarries. Our house was built in 1899. That quarry existed for a long time before licensing requirements. However, this house existed a long time before the quarry operation. While it's fresh in everybody's mind, what was just stated, what was just discussed about there being no requirement for the properties west of Snyder Road, Site Plan Agreement, Clause 23, the quarries agrees to the undertaking and maintenance of a rehabilitation program compatible to the progress contemplated in Clause 14 of this agreement for that area west of Snyder Road, being part of lots 23 and 24, Concession 2. Clause 14, the quarries has a condition of licensing pursuant to the Pits and Quarries Control Act, agreed to undertake and maintain a rehabilitation program comprising a passive recreational lake, which would only be used by sailboats, canoes, and rowboats. The quarries reserve the right to change the type of rehabilitation subject to concurrence by both the Ministry of Natural Resources and the City of Port Colborne, and the resultant amending of this agreement. And apparently, after 40 years, or this agreement, 1981, after 32 years, the progressive rehabilitation of that pit, which the city can enforce according to the site plan agreement. There are extensive clauses in how the city can undertake to rehabilitate that pit if the quarry does not. So the argument that has been made that the city has no outlet to do this is right in the site plan agreement. And this site plan agreement is mirrored in the site plan agreement filed with the Ministry of Natural Resources when the license was granted for pits 2 and 3. Obviously, I've got an objection, we have an objection to this request for rezoning. They're going to, it's in the site plan, that some of the property that is licensed in Pit 2 was obtained from us. It was obtained from us because the quarry owned 20 feet east of my driveway. That property that was acquired was exchanged for property east of that line, 200 feet east of the original east property line. So I'll put it up front. Some of the property in Pit 2 was at one time our property, but we have now isolated our property somewhat by having property along Highway 3 east of our driveway. You hear about, or if you read a realty ad, it's location, location, location. And when we bought the house almost 40 years ago, north of it was a pit. The pit eventually was entered into a site plan agreement for passive water recreation. We have a loft and French doors overlooking the north, hoping that eventually we will see some water, and we haven't seen a thing to date. You can imagine the difference in property value between a property that even overlooks. Sure, you can put a fence around it and keep people out, but the property, the site plan said that it is to be rehabilitated to passive water recreation and doesn't say anything about light or any industrial. Council's approval in principle. It came up rather quickly. I wonder how many councillors before that meeting had a chance to drive along 2nd Concession and Snyder Road and see what was there. I went around and counted at least 30 homes facing the quarry. 2nd Concession wasn't even part of what the planner showed as properties adjacent to the pit. All along 2nd Concession north side, there are numerous homes. Snyder Road, traffic is going to go on Snyder Road from this location past 6 homes along Snyder Road. They're going to be really happy about that. We're not opposed to industrial development, but not in my backyard, not in our backyard, when the city has property diagonally opposite the quarry, between 2nd Concession and 3rd Concession, west of Highway 140, west of Highway 140 to the railway track, zoned light industrial, between the canal and the railway track, 2 great places for transportation of product, zoned heavy industrial. My tax dollars, everybody sitting there's tax dollars is now being spent by the city and the region to create a servicing plan for that property. That property is already zoned. Any appeal on rezoning is going to take years, and Heidelberg, the German company is going to say, we don't want it anymore. The city has the property to offer and can put those services in, and there won't be any objection because it doesn't have to be rezoned. This isn't a minor change. Quarrying is a temporary operation. Once the quarrying or pit mining is out, a rehabilitation plan is undertaken. Look at Penn Lakes. There's all kinds of examples where rehabilitation has taken place to a useful end result. And this one says it's going to be passive recreation. Great. When you put in anything like a plant that's permanent, you're never going to see any restoration of that property. As I said, the M&R license also has the Ministry of Natural Resources' main method of controlling pits and quarries is with a site plan agreement, and that site plan agreement with the Ministry of Natural Resources is a very close mirror image of the site plan agreement between the City of Port Colborne and Port Colborne Quarries. I've already mentioned the houses along Second Concession, Snyder Road. This same proponent has applied and received rezoning of a property at the northeast corner of Highway 140 and Highway 3. Can you imagine people on the 9th floor of a hotel overlooking a quarry and a industrial operation, or would they prefer to see a passive water? There are houses immediately adjacent. This plan, this rezoning application, designates the rezoning as EI 373, not a definition in the zoning bylaw which says LI, light industrial, or HI, heavy industrial. It has its own designation. Why wouldn't it have one of the existing designations? Because it conflicts with what's around it. In my written submission, which Planner Aquilina has read, I suggested east of Snyder Road. I withdraw that. That was put together very quickly because between the time I received the notice, well, it was mailed to my property, but by the time I read it, and the first meeting, I had to get a submission in, and I suggested other properties. I'm withdrawing that because since then, with the research I've done, I've found the city's got the property within a stone's throw of the quarry. So let them move in there. You don't have to attract them with a complete new rezoning, which will take time and money. And if you want an alternate plan for that property, I've got a suggestion. Make it a passive recreation. Apply for rezoning around the property on that bench, the setbacks from the roads to the edge of the water recreation. Get rezoning as residential. Those properties will be worth a significant amount, and they will be snapped up because that is waterfront property by any definition of any realtor. I think that some of the backlash or the return comments will probably be, we've got our plant there, we've got our crusher there, and we use it for hauling, so we can't rehabilitate it because we've got this roadway over to the crushers. Why not move the crushers? Why not put up an elevated road between the crushers and the other pits and rehabilitate below that line? We made this suggestion in 1981. The planner also mentioned that anybody who doesn't make an oral or written submission is not going to have the right to apply to the OMB, and I guess I'm just going to encourage them to write their objection on a piece of paper and hand it in so that they can continue to have a standing with an appeal to the OMB. That's all, Mr. Mayor. I'll take questions if there are any.
Thank you, Mr. Lenga. Members of council, any questions? Councilor Bodnar?
Thanks, Jack, for enlightening us on that the city apparently does have some site plan control on that. Obviously, you'll share that with our planner and staff so that we can, check that out. That's far different than what we thought just a few minutes ago. So,
it was a direct quote from the site plan
Councilor
agreement.
Bodnar. Any further questions, members of council? Thank you, Mr. Lenga. Are there any more folks in the gallery that would like to have comments? Come on up, sir. Wash your head.
My name's Joseph Van Ruven. I live at 77 Highway 3, Port Colborne, and I have concerns, a couple of concerns. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I live pretty much straight across the street from Jack Kalinga, and I was not given a notice of the proposed changes here. I was wondering whether I'm entitled to speak, given that it was only sent to people within 120 meters. And I wondered why that restriction was placed, why were not people at a greater distance not notified and informed.
Sure. Mr. Aquilina? Dan, if you want to just come on up here.
Oh, I'll just come
Here's fine.
Mr. Mayor, that's embedded in the Planning Act. It actually states on the Ontario regulation that all property owners within 120 meters of the subject property are receiving the notice in the mail. We also have the applicant put poster notices for those people that don't get the mail. They're outside of the actual circulation boundary.
But they still are able to speak here.
Absolutely, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Aquilina.
Okay, so then I'll voice my other concerns. At the moment, I can't remember, there are two drains as part of the Drainage Act that affect my property. There's a drain that runs along the east side of my property. I'm not sure whether it's called the Wignall drain or the Michener drain, but one drain drains across my property. And at the moment, after heavy rains or any precipitation, particularly after the winter, the rain and the snow that accumulates in the quarries is being pumped out by the quarries, and they now access a drain which follows the ditches along Babian Road, and that flows ultimately into this drain that from time to time, depending on the amount of rain that we've had, the amount of precipitation that's fallen, it actually overflows the ditches on my property and ends up flowing across my property. And I presently rent my property out to a local farmer who has a crop of soybean on there, and there's part of the crop that's being washed out as a result of this overflowing of the ditch. And there was a proposal a few years ago about clearing that drain. I guess the flow in the drain is not particularly good. And I know that there's a cost to the local residents, and I know they come forward and backward on that issue. But the concern I have is that the drainage from the quarry is actually flowing into my property. Quarry number one I'm not sure whether it's being drained into quarry number two, which is being drained into the Wignall drain, but somehow I'm getting water on my property from these. And I just wonder whether the development of this property into an industrial application is going to have further requirement for pumping of the water out of that quarry or those quarries into the drains and ultimately onto my property. So I'm concerned about that. I'm also concerned about the use of Snyder Road as an highway access from the proposed plant onto the highway. The speed limit at the moment, when you come to the Highway 140 off of Highway 3, beyond Highway 140, the speed limit changes immediately to 70 kilometers per hour. Then before you get to the bend, right around Snyder Road, there's a sign that allows 80 kilometers per hour. And then as you come around the corner of that very gentle bend in Highway 3, the speed limit is recommended that you go back to 70 kilometers per hour. Then it's back to 80 kilometers per hour, some distance up the highway and towards Gas Line, it comes back down to 60 kilometers per hour. My concern, coming out of my driveway, my driveway was right at the bend, okay? I've lived there since 1998, and since I've lived there, there have been no fewer than 6 significant accidents where cars have rolled over, vehicles ended up on my property, etc. And there have been no fatalities. I understand there have been fatalities there in the past, but not while I was living there. So the highway already has a hazard to it, the speed limit having been observed as being a concern that some people must have. I'm concerned now, I'm living right on that corner. I see people passing on that corner. I know it's not allowed, it's not legal, or not highly recommended, but it still happens. So people who are on that, coming around that very gentle bend, it's just like a 20-degree bend in the highway, now having passed a vehicle on the corner, doing say 90 kilometers per hour, and now having to stop for a vehicle that's carrying out some kind of concrete beam across the highway or onto the highway, doing no more than say 20 or 30 kilometers per hour, I can see that being a real significant concern. concerned for traffic safety. I can be concerned for myself. Coming out of my driveway at times when buses are delivering students to the houses on either side of the highway, it's often difficult to get out of my driveway. And now I can imagine if there's a significant increase in traffic flow onto Highway 3 from Snyder Road, which is probably 200 meters from my driveway, I can see that being an impingement on my freedom to access the highway from my driveway. So I'd be concerned about that. Back in, I moved into this house in 1998, and around 2002 I had a concern about the blasting that was going on the quarry, and I went to see the people who the then owners, the Port Colborne Quarries Company from down in Pennsylvania. And they assured me with a number of things, and I'll just back up Jack Kalinga's comment with regards to the site plan, that there is an image. I recognize that Mr. Rankin is saying that he can adjust that plan at any time, but I've seen a plan, and if it's not a plan that's pursued or one that's planned to pursue, then I wonder why it's there. Is it just there to sort of falsely appease the public, or to make it look as if there is a plan in place, or is it something that that is ultimately going to happen? Because in time, I would also like to see the quarry rehabilitated, and I don't really necessarily need to have access to it, but I think it is a bit of an eyesore, and I'd like to see it remediated if that could happen. And I think that's all of my concerns.
Thank you. Thank you for your presentation. Before you go anywhere, I'm going to ask council if they have any questions. Members, have any questions? You're all good? Thank you for your time this evening. Mr. Wells.
Mayor, council, audience. My name is Harry Wells. I live at 548 Highway 3 East, Port Colborne. And although Dan had put up a zoning map, there is a bit of a difference between my understanding of the zoning of the area, because my property is zoned in a residential agricultural exception, and all the property around me is also zoned that. If you looked at the map, and that's up there, the L1, that L1 property is not all zone L1. It is under a property exemption right now, to my understanding, or at least my property has been designated different by MPAC and everybody else. So there is an exemption underneath that property, so that needs to be clarified as well. The exemption is there as while that is being farmed and while I live there. I moved there in about 1994, and been there since then. Actually, no, 1984. And so the last few years that I've been there, I've had some issues with the quarry. I've been to all the public meetings of the quarry. There have been promises that have been made. Those promises haven't come true. I do experience dust problems. I experience seismic problems. I experience a few problems at my location. And I believe that my concerns about it is that property will be devalued. I could reiterate what Jack has done and what Joseph has said. And in fact, I can reiterate a little bit more on what Joseph has said about the traffic on the road. I've had to attend to almost to one fatality and almost another fatality, and one of them almost being my daughter. That area is known for traffic problems. My neighbor, the Walkenicks, which also opposed the rezoning, their daughters were in a car accident there as well. It's a very susceptible to damages in that area. I've had cars on my front lot, my front yard. My mailbox has been taken out annually just about by cars. So there is a lot of traffic on that highway. Everybody comes through the city and they want to get going fast, or they're coming fast and want to get slowed down quick. So it is a congestion area. There are other better properties to that, or other better ways to enter that property as well. So I do have some objections, much the same as Jack and Joseph and the Walkenicks that aren't here tonight. So I would ask the council to really consider what they're doing there. You do have other properties. You have better properties. You could eliminate the problem of what the quarry has today by using those other properties as well, and move along a lot quicker than where we are today. Thank you, Council.
Thank you, Mr. Wells.
Mayor.
Members of council, any questions? With none, thank you, Mr. Wells. Are there any further comments? Members of the public, come on up, sir. Welcome.
Hi, name's Randy Schaubel, 1607 Snyder Road. I'm the closest house to the proposed change. My question is, they said 150 employees, that's 150 extra cars twice a day on the street, plus trucks. That'll be up from probably 2 cars a week that go by my house right now. And they said they'll improve the road and everything. Well, we walk our dogs up and down the street. There's no sidewalks or nothing. Trucks, cars. It's just too small of a road. That's my concern, plus dust. We have problems with blasting and that stuff now. Dust will be another issue. Right across the street. Kitty corner, kind of.
Great. Thank you. Members of council, any questions? Thank you, sir. Thanks. Any further comments, questions from the public? Ma'am, come on up. Welcome.
Thank you. My name is Melissa Bigford. I live at 173 Chippewa Road. I found about it from other people, but I just had a couple things to kind of concerns that I had about it. Was the noise. When we first moved into our house, we've been there about 6 years now. We did a study that was sent out, and we didn't have any issues with the quarry at the time. But I know since it's been taken over from Rankin, there has been a lot more activity. I think the development of the 140 has also been reason for that. And we had issues with noise. And when I first addressed it and called, I was told, well, no one starts at 6 a.m. And it wasn't until I met with someone from one of their sub-councils that, well, yeah, there was, and they did make the change. But who's going to enforce that with this company to ensure that they're not working at 6 o'clock in the morning running the crusher or the cement machines and the traffic? Because, I mean, I can't start my business at 6 o'clock in the morning, so who enforces that, and where's the controls so that they're not going either at even late at night? I mean, it's a residential area around it, so I wasn't sure who monitors and controls that. Traffic, Snyder Road is, I mean, it's not wide enough, and if that comes in site plan, and I'm not sure if a lot of these things do come into site plan. And I was surprised that there was no traffic study. I know there's only a few homes there, but if you're looking at big trucks coming through and a lot of increased traffic, especially on the roads going into it, there could be a lot of issues. And the only other thing that I was surprised at, I guess as a taxpayer, was that it was approved in theory before the public meeting, and I just thought that it was the first time I ever seen it, and I thought it was surprised. I know Mr. Elliott in the papers and the comments had addressed that, and I wasn't sure, I guess, the question being, is that something that's now going to happen, or why it was done in the sense of before a public meeting? It just, to me, set a bad precedent. And I guess that's all.
Great, thank you. Members of council, are there any questions? None? Thank you. Are there any further comments? Questions? Presentations? Dan, you're up.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would like to just make note that there is a sign-in sheet at the back of the room. If you would like to be notified of council's decision when that decision is made, you will be sure to receive that notice from council of their decision. Would like to read the following for the record, Mr. Mayor. If you wish to be notified of the approval of the zoning bylaw amendment, you must make a written request to the clerk. Only those persons and public bodies that give the clerk a written request for the notice of the passage of the bylaw will be given such notice. Again, as I mentioned, please sign in the sign-in sheet if you would like to also receive notice without notifying the clerk, and we will be sure you receive such notice. Mr. Mayor, this does conclude the public meeting under the Planning Act for this proposed application. I will have a recommendation report for council's consideration at an up-and-coming council meeting.
Thank you, Mr. Aquilina. Before I ask for a motion to adjourn, I'm going to recognize Councillor Butters.
Thank you. I just have one request. Could Mr. Aquilina provide us with a copy of that site plan agreement that Mr. Halinga referenced, please?
Thank you, Councillor. If we can have that available to council as well as the public for with the report, Dan?
Absolutely, Mr. Mayor, and we'll address all the questions that were asked this evening, and we'll provide excerpts from that site plan agreement. Plural.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr.
Thank you.
Aquilina. Mr. Rankin, you had a question? We don't usually do that, Tom. But we do have the report coming to council. What I would suggest that you and your folks do is make those answers available at that meeting, as well as anybody else I would encourage to make presentation at that meeting. Before I do ask for a motion to adjourn, I do want to thank each and every one of you for coming out this evening. I know it does take some time out of your schedule, but of course this can be a big project for the community, as well as have an impact in the area. So hopefully it's a positive impact. I guess that would be subjective to some extent, but for the most part, we look forward to the report coming before council and addressing the report. Mr. Halinga, you had a question?
Just the comment that you must say you want to be notified, is an oral presentation or is a submittal of any kind to the clerk adequate?
Mr. Aquilina?
That's fine.
That's fine.
But it's always nice to actually have that request, but like I said, we'll still get all the notice of people that did attend this evening's meeting.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Aquilina. Thank you, Mr. Halinga, and all you folks, thank you for coming out this evening. Appreciate it. We'll see you when the report comes out. Members of council, if I can have a mover and seconder to adjourn this meeting, please. Councillor Elliott, Councillor Doucette. Questions or comments? All those in favor? Opposed? That would be carried. We'll take a 2-minute recess to let the chamber clear out. So we're now going to move on to the Committee of the Whole agenda. First off, I'm going to allow the clerk to introduce any addendum items if she has any.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. There's none this evening.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Members of council, if I can have a mover and seconder to confirm the agenda, please. Councillor Bodnar, Councillor Kenny, any questions or comments? All those in favor? Opposed? That will be carried. Are there any disclosures of interest this evening? Disclosures of interest? Councillor Elliott.
Thank you, Mayor. I've got a pecuniary interest in item number 12, as it relates to clients.
Thank you, Councillor. Any further disclosures this evening? With none, we'll move on to items requiring separate discussion. Members, Councillor Steele, Bodnar. Actually, I'm going to stay on one side. It's easier for the camera instead of going back and forth. So I'm going to stay on this side for now. Councillor Steele, Demeray, Kenny.
Thank you. Item 7, Your Worship, and then item 12 for the conflict.
Councillor Demeray.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Items 1 and 3, please.
And Councillor Kenny.
Same as Councillor Demeray.
And Councillor Bodnar.
Item 6, Mr. Mayor.
Item 6. Any further items, members? Councillor Elliott.
11 and 19.
Madam Clerk, you're right.
That's all number 8 for now.
Further items, members? Mr. Sinez, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Item number 10, just an update on one of the recommendations.
Okay, so I'll have Councillor Doucette. You want to raise that?
I can do that. That's not a problem.
Okay, let me just take a quick look here, guys. Okay, so we're planning, operations report with the crosswalk to City Hall from the Market Square. Everybody's okay with that? Multi-res, mixed use, Terry Fox, okay. Okay, if we can have somebody raise item number 9 so we can get an update on the bus rates as well. That's fine. Councillor Danch. Okay. Mover and seconder, please, for the remainder of the items. Councillor Steele. Councillor Bodnar, questions or comments? All those in favor? Opposed? That will be carried. Thank you, members. We'll now move on to delegations. We have two delegations this evening. First off, Tamara Coleman-Lowry, the Executive Director of the United Way of South Niagara, regarding the United Way of South Niagara Transformation and Community Impact. Members of Council, page 17 in your agenda. You'll see information as well as at your desks. Tamara, welcome.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor Badaway and City of Port Colborne councillors. I didn't realize it was such a busy night tonight, so I will be as brief as possible. I've recently stepped into my role as Executive Director at the United Way of South Niagara. I'm delighted to be here with you this evening to speak about the recent kickoff, our campaign, but also to share with you how we are investing in our local community through focused priorities identified by our local residents and stakeholders. This year's 2013 campaign co-chairs are Mel and Rick Room. We kicked off with them last week, and they are extremely proud to be this year's campaign co-chairs. They were actually the 2012 leadership chairs last year. They're loyal United Way donors, are invested in our community. They know the value of the United Way to South Niagara. They invest in United Way impact and are encouraging people to step up to make a difference in our community. We announced our campaign goal of $600,000 at our kickoff last Tuesday, September 17th. We are announcing a $600,000 goal to ensure that we can invest in local programs and services at the same level as we did in 2012. But we cannot do this alone. Together, we as community members of South Niagara must join forces to advocate for giving to the local United Way campaign. I would invite the Mayor and all the City Councillors and those here this evening to make a pledge to support the campaign this year, knowing that their dollars are reinvested locally in programs and services that help the people and families most in need in our community. We are actually announced our 2013 campaign leadership match this year. It's actually John and Rebecca Clark. They host the It's a Wonderful Life event annually and give back to the community. It is going to be a $15,000 leadership match. In 2012, we were very blessed to have Peter Papp, Rick Lowe's, and Terry Duffy step up to be the Three Amigos leadership match. But this year, we're extremely excited to have John and Rebecca on board, particularly because of why they started the event. Last year, our total leadership giving at United Way South Niagara rose to $55,000, an increase of $26,000 from the previous year. So we certainly know the value of leveraging our community's dollars, and we're certainly excited to have John and Rebecca Clark on board this year. So the event will take place on Tuesday, November 26th at the Riverstone Event Center in Welland. As I mentioned, they announced this at our kickoff, and I'd like to just share a quote with you from John and Rebecca. John actually got quite emotional when he shared this. The Clark family has been blessed. For over 2 decades, the local community has embraced and supported our businesses, Empty Bellies and the Riverstone Event Center, during good times, but more importantly, during challenging times. When Empty Bellies entered a tumultuous time, the Niagara community rallied around us in so many ways. For that, we are forever grateful and thankful. There are so many people in our community that need to feel the support and love that we were privileged to receive in our time of need. We feel our lives are enriched by being able to assist the community, which is our home. We have donated and fundraised for many organizations in the past 20 years, but feel that the United Way South Niagara, now more than ever, needs broad community support. That is why the Clark family are proud to play a role in this year's fundraising efforts, particularly through the Leadership Match Challenge. United Way Centraide Canada and United Ways across our country realize local challenges and successes. In 2010, we held community consultations and feedback sessions with various sectors and stakeholders in Pelham, Port Colborne, Wainfleet, and Welland to listen and report to the community just what our local challenges were. Over the past 2 years, we have transitioned from funding agencies to investing in programs and services offering support in 3 local priority areas: all that kids and families can be, healthy people, strong communities, and moving people from poverty to possibility. But that isn't all that we do. At United Way South Niagara, we invest in programs or initiatives intended to support healthy child and youth development, positive family cohesion, and services for special needs, increase access to social and health-related services, improving services for an aging population which builds strong communities, and reducing poverty and increasing the assets for families through basic human needs and supporting education to employment. We also invest resources and work with local roundtables to drive collaboration to make positive community impact for the over 90,000 residents in South Niagara. Did you know that 1 in 4 Canadian women have experienced violence at the hands of a partner? That 1 in 3 food bank visits in Niagara are made by children? that 1 in 3 people in Niagara are using services or programs funded by your local United Way? And did you know that the United Way is the second largest funder of programs and services across our country, next to the government alone? I'll come back to this slide actually and get you guys out of here a little quicker. So I just want to share with you some of the most recent statistics provided through the Niagara region. And this is for Port Colborne. Actually, in July was the most recent statistics. 17.3% of parents in Port Colborne are sole supporters. More than 8% of Port Colborne residents are unemployed. The median family income in Port Colborne is $24,444, well below the low-income cutoff. 4.7% of Port Colborne population are considered to be working poor, and 9% of Port Colborne households live below the poverty line. More than 1,000 applications for social support services were made in the month of July alone, with 23% of those families actually being considered ineligible. Of current social support caseloads, 334 are single, 18 are couples with children, and 157 are sole support parents. And the average time on assistance right now is 32 months. Just over 50% of Port Colborne households are spending more than 30% of their monthly income on rent. The Early Developmental Index is showing that over 16% of children are vulnerable. Greater than 16% of Port Colborne residents aged 25 to 64 have not completed high school. And 22% of new Port Colborne babies have a high-risk Parkin score. And if you're not sure what that is, I can go into that in detail a little further. So what are the real costs to our community? The policy brief by the Brock University Niagara Community Observatory, in partnership with the Niagara Workforce Planning Board and the Niagara Research and Planning Council, pegs the cost of poverty in Niagara at a staggering $1.38 billion a year. The report splits the cost of poverty into 3 areas: social costs such as health care costs and crime, social transfers such as welfare, unemployment insurance, and housing and homelessness funding, and the private costs of people living in poverty, along with lost potential taxes due to low incomes. The report notes, and I'm sharing this from the Niagara This Week article and the report that was released last September, that we are all paying more for welfare, police and courts, as well as health care, because people are struggling to make ends meet on a daily basis. Poverty hits society directly in more expensive health care costs because people living below the low-income cutoff can't afford prescriptions, dental care, are nutrition deprived because it costs more to eat healthy, and have high levels of stress over worrying about how they'll put food on the table, placing them at greater risk of heart disease and developing cancer. Those trends become more prevalent the poorer people become. The study found the poorest 20% of our population consumes nearly 31% of all health care expenditures. The report estimates poverty-related healthcare costs in Niagara to be $94 million a year. Crime is also a big poverty-related expense. There is a direct link between poverty and low levels of literacy, and low levels of literacy are in turn related to increased crime. They estimated the poverty-related cost of crime in Niagara for such thing as policing, the police system, and medical costs, and lost wages for victims at $51 million a year. What is increasingly impacting poverty-related costs is the vast amount of lost productivity and earnings, as well as the lost potential taxes related to it. The cost attributed to the loss of earnings and productivity was $794.7 million. Of that, $132.7 million was lost potential taxes. With respect to social transfer costs of welfare, unemployment, and homelessness and hostel funding, the authors of the report estimated the cost at $439 million a year. All of the numbers outlined in this report were apparently conservative and also did not include the cost to the education system due to students who aren't ready to learn at their grade level due to lack of family support as a result of financial challenges. Research has found, though, that investing in anti-poverty initiatives are cost-effective and efficient, and that's what the United Way of South Niagara is doing. I'm not going to run down all of these, but in 2013 we funded 26 local programs and services. These are all investing in areas of healthy people, strong communities, all that children and families could be, and moving people from poverty to possibility. So how does the United Way of South Niagara campaign make a positive community impact in Port Colborne? Big Brothers Big Sisters South Niagara is one of the agencies that we funded programs and services. 33 children were supported by a BIG last year and mentored for lasting success. Community Living Port Colborne and Wainfleet is another organization that received funding for their local programs, and nearly 150 children in Port Colborne with a disability were provided with the week of summer camp and their families with much needed respite care. Nearly 800 distress calls were made in South Niagara for immediate crisis care and support. And although I'd love to provide you with the specific Port Colborne statistics, because of the privacy and confidentiality of the organization, I'm not able to, but I'm sure it's probably a relative percentage the rest of the municipalities we're supporting. Meals to Wheels Port Colborne delivered 13,500 meals to seniors and people affected by compromised health conditions alone in Port Colborne. And I would like to share with you that they actually saved a man's life recently. They were delivering a meal, and they know he was expecting it, but he wasn't answering the door. And they actually went into the apartment with the superintendent and found him on the floor, and he had been there for quite some time. He was rushed to the hospital, and his family is very grateful to have Meals to Wheels to do sort of that safety check every week when they're delivering nutritious meals to him. Port Care's Reach Out food program served over 21,000 meals last year to Port Colborne residents, and 4,500 one-to-one supports, including advocacy, counseling, housing, mental health, and access to other services and referrals. So what can the City of Port Colborne and its residents do to help? My obviously immediate response would be to make a donation, get involved. I've been involved in the philanthropic world, I guess, for almost 15 years, and people immediately think that it's about making that big donation. Every dollar counts, and I would urge you to give it the capacity that you can. Make a donation. If you are not able to contribute yourself but know of others who can, be an ambassador. Volunteer your time. We are a very small team at the United Way of South Niagara, 3 people who are trying to not only make grave changes in program and service delivery and really, bridging some gaps for people that are in need, but we're also out there trying to raise $600,000 on our own. So we can certainly use the support and the advocacy of people within our community. I will to let you know that I did provide you with some information. This year's brochure you were provided with, our leadership giving brochure, and a couple of local events that are happening. An evening of entertainment will take place on Thursday, October 3rd at Club Richelieu, and we're having a martini night thanks to Mike and Linda Sloat at 27. On, I'm going to forget the date because we were changing so many times. It is Monday, October 7th, 7 to 10 p.m. It's only $5 to come on out. They had to close down the thing. They have lovely martinis and entertainment by Doug Monday, Martini Monday. And all proceeds go to the campaign this year. Other than that, there's a number of events that are taking place by some of the businesses who work with us to ensure that the campaign is successful this year, so I'd invite you to support them. Thank you for your attention this evening. I hope you will join me in supporting the 2013 United Way of South Niagara campaign and invest in local programs and services that are helping quite often who are our families, our neighbors, and our friends. Thank you.
Great job, Tamara. Members of council, questions or comments? With no questions or comments, go ahead, Councilor Butters.
Just let y'all know, it's really, really simple to do a payroll deduction. Somebody in Peter's staff will help you downstairs. You fill out a little slip of paper, and they'll automatically take it off. And it can be such a nominal amount of money, but have a really big impact over a period of time. So I would urge any of the people who work here, counselors, if you haven't thought about it, give it some consideration and then do it.
Thank you, Councilor. Point well taken. Any further questions or comments, members?
If I could just make one comment actually about the dollar, the payroll deduction for a business the size of the City of Port Colborne, roughly around 150, 180 employees. If every employee only gave $1 per week, you would actually raise $10,000 per year. So it's something that you're not going to see off of your paycheck, but it has a tremendous impact on the campaign and then obviously within our community. Thank you.
Thank you. Well done.
Thanks.
Appreciate it. We'll now call on Mr. John Perizet, Westside Propane, and Ron Dredger, Primax Energy Inc., regarding the benefits auto propane systems. Members of council, it is on page 41 of your agenda. Mr. Perizet and I'll say and company, because I see there's a few of you there. Welcome. Now, where did you get that tan from, John? You just getting back from somewhere?
No, I looks like that because I'm outside. That's a well-tan from.
Welcome, guys.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and council members, for having the opportunity. Hope you look at it through and truly consider the values of propane and the virtues of changing our fuel habits and saving our taxpayers money in the long run down. Plus, not only to mention the benefits of the clean air that comes out of propane vehicles, and there's many applications to this propane changeover that can be attributed to the city and cost savings. And with that, I'll let Mr. Dreger from Primex Energy do his presentation. He has more on that stuff, and any further questions, please feel free to ask. And we're here to help serve you if anything that you need.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor and honorable councilors of the city of Port Colborne. My name is Ron Dreger. I work with Primex Energy, and what we're doing basically is a pretty big campaign in southern Ontario, mixing it up with many fleets and many cities throughout, and recognizing pretty extensive savings. So we'll just kind of walk you through this quickly. I'd like to also introduce Simone DeBoer. She's from Greenbelt Conversion, and Mr. Parisi, who I think you've met before. So if we can, we'll just start out. We talk about auto propane, City of Port Colborne, and Primex Energy working together to recognize expense savings. So what we've done, we'll just go through our little overview of Primex Energy, how we're involved, how Primex Energy and the City of Port Colborne can work together. We'll give some examples of auto propane at work, and then we have a Q&A at the end. I guess we're on to that one. A little quick little brief background on the company that I work with. It's called Primex Energy. We're a family-run business to this day. We wholesale and retail 1/3 of all the propane in Ontario. So we're not a small company, but we have a targeted focus, and that is personally, as part of my focus, is auto propane for both company and personal vehicles. So what we've done is really grown that segment of the business. Mike Taylor, just so you know, is fully committed to growing auto segment, and I think that's important to let you know that there's a strong focus on auto propane. We have wholesale division. We deliver to second and third-party agents and companies' own sites. So that means that we have many other distributors that come to our site, reload their trucks at our site, and then redistribute throughout Ontario as well as northern New York. In most areas of Ontario, in-fleet dispenser tanks are attractive to us. And what we're doing, and I'll just kind of clip along here, the viability of an in-fleet dispensing site is when you have enough vehicles to justify, and you can identify enough expenses there to quantify having either a local site fill your tanks, and or if you can qualify it, we could have enough vehicles at one site where we'd put in a dispensing tank. So we like to build volumes through existing sites, like West Side, and that kind of leads to an opportunity in Welland as well. Just quickly, we've just finished some work with the City of Welland as well. Improvements in technology have made a huge difference. There was a previous time in the late 70s into the early 90s when propane was pretty prolific, but then it kind of faltered off. And that had a lot to do with the fact that technology couldn't keep up with what was happening with the big three makers, if you will. We have, actually, we sell propane, and so we partner, and we have partners like Simone. We have actually 8 different sites throughout southern Ontario where we actually are involved hand in hand with them, and they do the conversions, we sell the propane. So we set up the sites. But our biggest kick is trying to promote that whole thing. So it's important that our sales team and the City of Port Colborne are on the value of auto propane, working already with various cities. A couple of examples: City of Kitchener, City of London Police. There's various applications throughout. Another one, I see your fire department is here. Our fire chief in North Dumfries in Ayr has his vehicle running on propane as well. And he has noticed about a 65% savings from his costs day to day versus gasoline. And that's what we're trying to show you here, is the opportunities that are there versus gasoline. Primex will assist you in setting up propane fueling at West Side. You also have a local site here, the Esso site. And I believe there's another site that's closed right now.
There was a relay site.
Relay site, I guess there's two sites there. One here and then one on the highway. And conversions of the Landi Renzo dual fuel system. The reason I mention that is because it's an Italian system that's 70 years old. It's a well-proven system and it's certified in Canada. There are various other systems out there that aren't proven and don't seem to get through. But that's where Greenbelt Alternate Fuel Systems comes in, and that's where Simone's company comes in. Some of the environmental benefits of propane vehicles. We have a lower carbon footprint versus gasoline. The carbon footprint of propane is lower than many other fuels, reducing greenhouse gases by as much as 20%. It's actually 22% when compared to gasoline. 50% less toxins. I think that's pretty important. If you have a carbon footprint that you're trying to achieve, you can certainly do it through propane. Compared to gasoline and diesel vehicles, propane fuel vehicles produce lower amounts of particulates, carbon monoxide, nitrogen oxide, hydrocarbon, and GHG emissions. Lower maintenance costs than the gasoline or diesel, burns much cleaner, you experience much less carbon buildup, and has a potential for increased engine life. And to that, I'll just say we have many vehicles in southern Ontario at 600,000 and 700,000 kilometers. So it's pretty substantial. Propane, otherwise known as LPG, costs about 50% less compared to gasoline. Prices in many areas of Ontario average around 60 cents per liter. Yeah, I think you're at $1.22.9 tonight, if I'm not mistaken, when I drove into your town. Arrangements can be made with Westside Propane regarding price per liter and payment terms. If you were to do something and really like what you heard or saw, the one thing that I would like to promote is the opportunity. We have 3 vehicles that we can loan out and allow you to use. But we'd like your city of Port Colborne fleet managers to have those vehicles. The real hands-on guys, the guys that can use it every day. We've just finished that with the city of Welland. Virtually no difference in the performance of the vehicle when running on propane. There's about a 4% or 5% less mileage from gasoline. It's due to the difference in the BTU. But we're talking about $1.20 or $1.25 or $1.30 or $1.37 versus an average of 60 cents. Propane fuel vehicles are better for the environment. They emit significantly lower levels of carbon monoxide, hydrocarbons, and particulate matter, increasing the engine life of your vehicle. This is an actual based on 25,000 kilometers annually, and we kind of did that because a lot of the cities, and we used that same average here as we did in the city of Welland, and we were asking lots of questions around, and that seems to be a generalized. You've got some vehicles doing 15 to 20,000, then you've got some that are doing 40 to 45. So we use 25,000. So the average propane conversion cost is around $4,750. If you were to do a number of them, I'm sure that price is more negotiable. Again, averaging 25,000 kilometers per year. Liter per 100 kilometer currently used by vehicle, and these are stats right. In this case, it's off my F-150 combined city highway rating for the 2013 F-150 at 17. Average pump price of propane is 60 cents versus the average gas pump price of $1.25. So the gross savings per year, you can do the math there, is $28.4750. So the payback in this particular application at 25,000 kilometers is about 1.5 years or 1 year and 6 months. Payback period, as it says, 18.96 months. Just below that, you can see the cumulative total savings, including the initial costs. So in the first year, it's not going to pay for itself when you do the return on investment. But by year 2, you'll recognize a savings of $1,530. Year 3, $45.45. Year 4, $75.60. And year 5, $10,575. Again, based on 60 cents versus $1.20. Now, I think you like to change some of your vehicles out in 5 years, and what we heard in Welland was a lot go 8 to 10 years. So it's kind of interesting to see which vehicles are being changed when. So if you've got an engine that lasts a lot longer, then you have a lot less issues. You may have to pertain to issues with the body of the car, but you certainly don't have to worry about the engine longevity. So you're looking at, after 5 years, $10,575 versus the cost of gasoline based on the mileage information. So if you take that same thing and use 50 to 60,000 kilometers, your return on investment is about 1 year, and so on. So if you go higher, it's much less. Then what we've done here, and I believe, councilors, you all received this pamphlet. I think John delivered them to everybody. This is a history. We don't have 2012 on here, but to 2011, from the year 2000. And that gives you the average price, so you can see consistently where propane has sat. That includes a 4.3 road tax as well. It's incorporated in there and has been there. And you can see what gasoline's done. Okay? So it's just, if you take a look at that chart, you can see there's pretty significant difference. 88 cents was the 11-year average versus 51 cents for the propane. There you see a 42% difference. We're seeing more of a difference than that now, obviously. If you look, it says 500 kilometers using 100 liters of gasoline at 88 cents equates to 17.6 cents per kilometer. This same amount of kilometers using 110 liters of propane equates to 11.2 cents per kilometer. So it's just something that we think that you should consider. And we've done the math on it, and we would love to sit down with your staff in the city that do the hands-on driving and do an actual comparison, but also allow you to have that vehicle. And there will be a lot of folks out there that I've talked to that have been in the business for 25 to 30 years that are naysayers, and they remember the old systems. I kind of compare that old system to, we're talking late 70s, early 80s, to what a computer looked like in 1970. When I started at Superior Propane in 1976, a computer was a quarter the size of this room, and you had fans everywhere. Now you get a computer that doesn't fit my watch. So things do change, times do change, and we have to not dwell on the negative. Remember that we're going forward. The next slide is to show you what the equipment actually looks like, and without boring you to death, basically you've got a tank that replaces your spare tire. Sits right where your spare tire is, and that's one application. There are various other applications. We have ones where you can put a tank in the back of your truck, you can sling it underneath the rear axle, and various other. There are about 10 different applications, but this is a typical. And you can see most of the system is really non-invasive. So everything is an add-on. It's a dual fuel system, so you never lose your capability with gasoline. You still have gasoline to start the vehicle, runs on gasoline until it hits 50 degrees Celsius, and then converts over to propane. Runs on propane for whatever the duration of that drive is. When you stop the machine, start it up the next morning and or that afternoon. If it's down below 50 degrees, it then again starts on gasoline, then converts itself back over. So you don't lose. There's always that what if, what would we do if we didn't have propane sites? You still have gasoline as well. And again, I just ask you to consider the fact that the product is at a much, much lesser cost and gives you a lot better engine life. This is a typical truck. It's a Chevy pickup. It's actually a GMC, a 2009 at our plant. We have just over 1 million liters storage at our plant. We're located at the corner of Highway 97 and 401, just outside of Ayr and very close to Kitchener. That's a typical truck that we would use in our yard. CRS, this is a really prominent, and I understand Rankin is a prominent area contractor here. CRS is a big rental supply company, and as late as this afternoon I just had conversation with their CFO, and he has just given me verbal to go ahead and convert 100 vehicles. And that was at Thundering Waters. We've been there all day today at the golf course, not playing with the hoods up, just so you know. We don't get to play. This is our play, I guess. But they actually have been so excited about it. They're looking at it converting. They've got 22 sites in southern Ontario, and they're converting 100 vehicles. That is very good news for everybody involved in the conversion world, I think. This is a typical truck that we have on our site, and this is what our trucks look like that we drive. It's really hard to find a spot to hide. It's not a bad thing. But basically, we talk about reducing our carbon footprint. We think that's important. We talk, on our trucks, we talk about a 50% savings. We have 3 loaner vehicles that we loan out to cities, to fleets all over southern Ontario. And we arrive with those and say, how many, do you want it for 48 hours? Give it to the right guys, make sure our girls, whoever is out on the road using this vehicle, make sure that they use it like they would any other vehicle. That's the truck that I drive. It's a thing of beauty. It's a 2011 F-150. And we find a lot of city vehicles that are on that run Fords for some reason. Anyway, it runs extremely well, so I guess I'm a little bit proud of that. I'm almost done. Canpar, I just wanted to give you an example of a company that's nationwide that uses propane and actually has a mandate right across Canada. They've converted and are in the midst of converting every vehicle they own to propane. Now, they did that in the 70s, as did UPS, as did Purolator. Purolator is in the midst of some transition. They're trying a lot of electric stuff. We're working with UPS as well. Throughout Ontario and across Canada, UPS is converting all their vehicles. Just a quick example of some other sites that are converting. Gerard and Bluebird, which is a bus company and the distributor for Bluebird out of Brantford. There's a company that, and I don't know whether you read that article in the Hamilton Spec, but there was a company called Caledonia Transportation that just purchased 33 buses. And they're on dedicated propane 100% of the time. That system is a great system. It's actually backed by Ford, just so you know. And as early as 2014, there are vehicles that you can purchase from Ford, GM, and Chrysler that are 100% dedicated. We like the flexibility of offering the dual fuel system, and we do that because it doesn't leave you in a lurch in the event you can't find a product. City of Kitchener is ready to convert. I don't know how many vehicles, they're talking about 22. City of Welland we've just finished a 3-day at their location. We gave them the truck last Monday and they had it until Friday. City of London Police has never gone off propane. They still have 173 vehicles on propane. And again, when we saw this good gentleman's badge, John said, geez, Ron, you better talk about the fire department. So we did work with South Dumfries, and Robert Shantz, who's their fire chief, has his vehicle converted as well. Actually, he's got 3 vehicles on dual fuel.
Okay, Mr. Dridger, if you can wrap it up.
That's it. Thank you very much. I just wondered if you have any questions.
Wonderful. Great job. Members of Council, Councillor Steele.
Thank you, Worship. Just to clarify something, because after I read the report last week,
yes,
you're not or haven't spoken to our staff as of yet, correct?
That's correct.
So this is a sales pitch this evening then? Is
No.
that really what it is?
It isn't. Actually, I came in and I met your good mayor with John Friese, and I have no intentions of a sales pitch. What I have is the intention of saving you some pretty substantial money.
No, that's fine. It's just that I was a little confused by some of the wording in here, but that's fine. One question. Sure. On your payback on the chart, page, I'm not sure what it is.
Go back.
Back.
Talks about your average propane conversion costs and things like that.
Yes.
Within those figures, are you still calculating the cost of gas that we'll have to purchase as it is a dual fuel?
Calculating gas at $1.20 versus 60 cents.
No, but what I'm saying is that
The additional gas that they'll have to use.
we're going to still have to purchase gas if it's a dual fuel as opposed to being just propane.
Right.
Is that calculated within that?
It is calculated within there, and just to tell you how that works, I'm on my 4th tank of gasoline in a year and a half. That's how much gas I go through. So what happens is as soon as you use gasoline, you're basically using it to start the engine. Yeah. Once it comes up to temperature, you're no longer on gasoline.
Yeah.
You have the luxury of going back to gas.
No, I understand that. I just wanted to make sure
that it was in the calculation.
That it was in the calculation. Yes, so, I mean, I'm sure everyone around this table, we're always here to help save tax dollars and lower our tax rate, or help lower our tax rate, especially every year when costs go up. Obviously, the price of gas has gone up since 2000, even propane, probably about the same percentage, although the dollar amounts are quite a bit different, as in your one chart there. So I'm sure there's other questions, but I mean, if we want to pass this over to staff to look at, I have no problem in that. Although I do have a problem with only one source being here, as opposed to, you know, are there other companies out there that do this? I don't know. So I think we should only be fair to everybody that, that staff looks at this and comes back with a proper report to council with regards to whether it's these people or company X, Y, or Z. So, so like in anything we do, obviously there's a
Procurement.
yeah, there's a
Policy.
procurement policy, correct. So I have no problem in putting that forward, that, you know, we can look at it for our vehicles and what kind of savings can we see on a myriad of vehicles. Obviously, we've got fire trucks, we've got pickup trucks, we have the odd car, we've got larger equipment. So, you know, wherever it can fit, if it can, and it's worthwhile, I have no problem in doing that. So I'll put that forward.
Okay, thank you. Further questions or comments? I'll take that as staff direction, Bill.
Yeah.
Further questions or comments to the presenters? Just a few questions to you, Ron, as well as, Ron, I'm going to come to you as well with respect to, or Peter, and I'll just give you a heads up right now so you can give some thought with respect to how much we actually spend on fuel in a given year within the entire corporation. So I'll throw that at you, and you can give that some thought. Ron, with respect to, first question is, and I do want to give council some background on this. These folks did come and see me a few months ago. Seen the presentation, seen the numbers. When you left, worked the numbers again and again, and there's no doubt, regardless of who you may use to look at whether it's bringing your vehicles into compliance with propane or not, regardless of who you use. The bottom line is that if you're paying $127 to $135 compared to 60 cents, you know, there's your answer. Having said that, one of the things I also did mention to these folks is my fleet and my business used to be on propane. We had our challenges, as I communicated to you, with respect to many. But as you said, Ron, there's no question that technology has gotten better in the past few decades. And so therefore, that's my question to you, is with respect to maintenance and performance, how much better is it today than it was 10, 15, 20 years ago?
Substantially. The biggest difference is what we're seeing in performance, and we actually have that right on our website without trying to sell ourselves. But the new system actually works out that there's no loss in power whatsoever, zero loss, actually more torque. When you're talking about a system from the late 70s, early 80s, there was as much as 20% loss right off the top. That was totally a different system. That was a vaporizer system that was like night and day from what we have today. We direct inject right beside the valve. The only difference we have is a 4 to 5% in the gas mileage because of the BTU rating between gasoline and propane. And there's a lower BTU rating with propane. That is it.
So essentially the freezing up,
it's gone.
Gone.
Well, there's no frost there. Just so you understand that we don't start on propane. We start on gasoline. So when the block temperature comes up to 50 degrees, then it switches over. So you've eliminated that freeze up issue altogether.
Okay.
So ideally what happens is that vehicle runs long enough until you hit, for example, in the summertime you run 2.5 to 3 minutes. Maybe 2 minutes. Depends how hot it is out. Okay, how long it takes to get the block temp. I live in Simcoe, and I drive about 3.5 kilometers in the morning before it switches over.
Okay. And maintenance, with respect to maintenance,
yes,
in comparison to a regular vehicle.
Oil changes, you can double them. So you can go, if you're doing 5, you can go to 10. There's a lot less carbon buildup, and regular upgrades are done on the system, and it can all be done right through a laptop computer. So any updates are done on a regular basis.
So essentially the only difference is the cost of fuel?
Correct.
Okay. No. Next question. With respect to other agencies, have you approached the police yet?
Here?
Yes.
We are working on that, working towards that now.
Okay.
Yeah.
And when you say working on that, how? Have you approached them yet?
No, I haven't to date.
Okay. I would suggest that you go straight to the fleet.
Yes.
The fleet superintendent. Peter, how much?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, off the top of my head, there's also a difference between the gas and the diesel. And don't hold me to this, but I'm thinking about $130,000 in combination of gas and diesel sales. But that'd be something that we'd have to look into with the staff direction and bring that forward as to what our costs are and what those potential savings may be.
Great. So we can expect a report on that with respect to Councillor Steele's request for direction?
There is a system that is...
Hold on, Ron.
I'm sorry.
Mr. Howe?
Council's direction, we'll bring a report, sir.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead.
There is a system that's out called an ICOM system, and it's a 70% diesel, 30% propane. We're working towards 50-50. And we're working hand in hand with a company out of Michigan to look at that site now, because we have, in our fleet, we have 30 what we call B trains that hold roughly 70,000 liters of propane each. And we are in the midst of transitioning one of our vehicles within the next month on the diesel side. So there's another up to that side as well.
Great. Thank you, Ron. Members of council, any further questions or comments? So Councillor Steele has put, I'm not going to take it as a motion, I'm just going to take it as staff direction that we ask staff to come back with a report to look at a pro forma with respect to what we can actually, what kind of opportunities present themselves here. May I also, Councillor Steele, as part of your direction, request that possibly if you can bring one of those trucks down and give it to one of our drivers. We'll give it to Henry Dreiter. He'll love that truck for a month, for a week. Month better, week possibly. Be sure to give it to Henry. You may get it back, you may not. But yeah, that would be great if we can give it to one of our mechanics and one of our heavy users to actually have some time with it. And
I look forward to it, and with options too. We have 3 vehicles. We have an F-150, 2011. We have a 2012 5.7 liter Dodge Hemi, and a 2013 5.3 liter GMC. So whatever
I'll leave that up to them.
Yeah.
But
exactly.
but they can have if they can have it, take a look at it, run it around a bit. You know, I think the obvious is, and I do appreciate council's latitude in this, because I know how you guys feel about bringing sales pitches in here, but I didn't think this was a sales pitch. I thought this was something that can save the municipality some money. And going into budget season, I think it was appropriate to bring them in here to see what those opportunities are. So, folks, thank you. Go ahead.
The Primax Energy does not make any money from the conversions, so it is not a sales pitch. They just want to promote the auto propane.
Yeah, great. Thank you. Thank you for that. So let's see what the opportunities are. I would love to see that report come back and say you're going to save us half our money on our fuel bill. That would be great. That would be the perfect world. But with that, we look forward to that report. Thanks, guys.
Great.
Thank you for the opportunity to present it.
Thank you, Peter, and thank you, Ron. Members of council, I'm going to move on to my report, and I got a short report this evening. I'd love to be bringing you good news, but I can't say that I am. As you may have heard, the Niagara Regional Police Service is entering our 2014 budget deliberations, and with those deliberations, we've met once in the board room with the chief with respect to what he's going to present to us in open session on Thursday, and that was last Wednesday. And with that preamble that he had given us then, it has been official as it was delivered to my office today. The 2014 budget contained within the 2014 Niagara Regional Police Services operating budget is a recommendation by Chief McGuire to the Police Services Board that we will be receiving on Thursday, that the amalgamation of Port Colborne's 6th district happen with Welland's 3 district. I think it goes without saying that I am extremely, extremely disappointed that this recommendation has once again come before us. As you know, as most members of council know, this is not the first time. It's probably the 3rd or 4th time, the last being in 2007, especially in light, and I say this because this is something that you may not be aware of, as you aren't members of regional council. Councillor Barrick, I'm sure, is aware of it, and our former regional councillor, Saracino, is definitely aware of it because he was a part of the process, but especially in the light of a memorandum of understanding and a minutes of settlement between the region and the Police Services Board was established, agreed upon, upon due the facilities master plan that was presented to regional council by then Chief Southall which then included Port Colborne remaining open. This master plan, members of council, quite frankly, drove many of the police-related capital decisions at the regional level, like the construction, for example, of the headquarters in the city of Niagara Falls versus a more centralized location within the region of Niagara. And I think that just goes to make sense when you have a master plan that includes a facility in Fort Erie and Grimsby, Port Colborne along the North Shore, as well as in the city of St. Catharines, that in fact a headquarters in the city of Niagara Falls can make some sense. But when you start chipping away at that master plan because of convenience, it takes away a lot of what the master plan was then therefore set to accomplish. In 2007, members of council, when I made that presentation, for those that were here, can recall the presentation that I had made to the Police Services Board, I emphasized the value of which Port Colborne offered the entire service. And of that, location here in Port Colborne was paramount because it is central between Fort Erie and Simcoe. There's no other detachment between Fort Erie and Simcoe besides Port Colborne. And as well, little cost savings, and I'm about to show that in my presentation in the future to the board. Being on the board myself, I see the numbers and very little cost savings in comparison to the value offered. I can go on to the deployment and how consistent the deployment is today, as well as going back to Chief Southall, how she recognized and then entrenched within the master plan the consistency as well as the cost of policing being worthwhile here in this part of the region. And unfortunately, this chief has yet to recognize that. What is most disturbing, members of council, is that when one is to comb through the actual budget itself, there exists many opportunities to make more efficient other cost centers utilizing our location here in the city of Port Colborne. For example, our building, our land, our overall strategic location on one of Niagara's borders, Lake Erie, which quite frankly isn't being manned right now by Canada Border Services and very rarely by the RCMP, only defaulting on the NRP and therefore a higher elevated operating budget. So I do feel there's additional opportunities, partnership opportunities with the RCMP and possibly CBSA as they currently frequent the community on a regular basis. And I think only those within the Police Service Board or Police Service can recognize that. For your information, the Police Service Board will be receiving a presentation by Chief McGuire this Thursday at 110 James in the Police Service Board room. I would expect that the board will receive the presentation and move further budget discussions, as we would, to committee before returning with committee's recommendations, final recommendations to the ultimate board. I would go into it further this evening, but I'd probably tire you of it because the process from my office has already begun. But I did want to bring you up to date on it tonight to give an indication where we're at, what we're going to have to deal with in the upcoming weeks, once again. And of course, with that said, I'll keep you informed on how and what I'll be presenting to the board alongside my counterparts. I do have to say, yes, I am a member of the Police Services Board. Yes, I am a member of the Regional Council. Although only one vote, hopefully with a loud voice, and bring those messages across with respect to the value of keeping number 6 district here in Port Colborne versus amalgamate it with the city of Welland. So I'll leave it at that. Any questions, comments? Councillor Butters?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I do remember the meetings that we held at, I think it was at Roselawn. Really well-attended meetings, too. I think most of the town was out to those meetings to keep that police station open here. But there was like a lot of recommendations from that period of time to save money and look at, you know, more economical ways to do things. Can you tell me if those recommendations were acted on then to bring about those savings? And if they were, I'm just at such a loss to understand why we're at this point again.
Directly, to answer your question, no. Or yes, some were, but no, some weren't.
Okay.
To the extent of where we can go with respect to the other cost centers, I think there's a lot of opportunity there. Unfortunately, you know, sometimes in that business, and I say that business being the public realm, it goes back to the previous conversation that we just had about propane. You know, these are things that we do in the private sector. In the private sector, we look at those opportunities. Unfortunately, in the public sector, sometimes it can be content. And policing is no different, being a public sector organization. And sometimes it can be, they can be content. And I think what has to happen here is that they have to get out of the box and look at those other cost centers, in particular as it relates to how this district can actually add cost efficiencies to those other cost centers. And that hasn't been done.
Well, I can tell you one thing, I don't think the citizens of Port Colborne are gonna be too damn content.
Thank you. Councilor Elliott.
Thank you, Mayor. The one question I have is this part of a broader facility review, or is this a one-off, we're the only facility building that Chief McGuire has identified to close, or is there another one that they're going to close as well, or are we just the only one?
It's a good question, Councillor. To answer it directly, we had that more comprehensive review when Chief Southall put the master plan forward. That master plan and that comprehensive review recommended Port Colborne staying open. So you would expect that will continue. So therefore, this is a one-off. Councillor?
Then I guess a quick follow-up to that is, obviously, it's beyond the scope of City Council. So who has the ultimate authority on this? Is it the Chief of Police himself? Is it the Police Services Board? Is it Regional Council? Who's actually got the determining factor in this decision?
Although the Chief of Police, because I asked this question on Wednesday, although the Chief of Police may have a different opinion, I did seek some legal counsel today, and legal counsel informs me that it is up to the Police Services Board. The Police Services Board, as members do know, consists of 6 members, 7 including the regional, or not the regional chair, but a chair. Those members include 3 members from Regional Council, that being the regional chair, Gary Burrows, myself, and Henry D'Angela. Henry is the chief, or the chair of the board. It consists of Bob Marshall from the City of St. Catharines, Vaughn Stewart from the City of St. Catharines, and Ken Gensel from the Town of Niagara Lake. Those 3 are provincial appointees. And then there's 1 regional appointee, and that would be Todd Schultz from the City of Port Colborne. So that's the membership of the board, and once again, it would be up to the board to make this decision. Further questions? Councillor Kenny.
Thank you, Your Worship. So has Regional Council heard this proposal yet, or they're hearing it this Thursday?
No, the agenda came out today, the public agenda came out today. The chief will be presenting the operating budget to the Police Services Board on Thursday at our regular scheduled meeting. And then, of course, that would, if it's, traditionally, it goes back to committee. It's discussed. I doubt very much the police board is going to pass it on Thursday, as we wouldn't. We would have our further deliberations. And then once the police board passes it, it would then go to Regional Council for its passing.
It's passing. So does Regional Council, can they veto that? Can, like, if this is brought before Regional Council, and Regional Council says that's not happening, because we're referring back to this master plan.
They can have, just to cut to the chase, yes, they can have comment on it. The only repercussion or ability that Regional Council can have with respect to a police services budget, besides offering their comments and suggestions, is to appeal it at OCOPS, the Ontario Civilians Board.
Thank you. Well, I certainly hope, Your Worship, I know how you feel, and I certainly hope that our Regional Council will, Councillor Barrick, will speak up strongly and tell them that the citizens of Port Colborne are tired of being sloughed off. We're tired of it. We believe that we deserve the same respect as other municipalities, and I sure hope that you make that message loud and clear at Regional Council and in your position as police services.
Thank you.
Thank
and
you.
I think that goes without saying.
Yeah.
Councillor Desmarais?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I can just imagine that upon airing of this council meeting on COGECO, there are going to be some irate people out there, and they're going to want to be able to have some input into this process. So at what point in this process would public comment be most effective?
Well, I think for the most part, after Thursday, I can better answer that question to see where it's going to end up, whether it's going to be at committee. And again, I can better answer that question at that time. There's no question that between both myself and Councillor Barrick, we're going to have a lot to say. Myself at the Police Services Board as well as Regional Council, and I'm sure Councillor Barrick at Regional Council. I think in the meantime, simply letting myself and Councillor Barrick and Member Schultz, who's a local individual that sits on the board, be very well aware of your thoughts, of your concerns, whether it be through email, whether it be through letter or phone call. My door is always open. But I think, going back to Councillor Kenny's comments, I think it goes without saying that we're going to put up a strong fight here with respect to both ensuring that the board and the service, the chief himself and his senior staff. I was quite alarmed hearing some comments from some of his senior staff, especially those that are local, most recently, but I'll leave that as it may be and address those on Thursday. But for the better part is making them well aware of how minimal the savings is in comparison to the value that it adds to the community. I can say with a great degree of pride, quite frankly, that we've had a very positive relationship with our police service here in Port Colborne as far back as 1997 when I became mayor, and even before that, 94 when I was a city councilor, and even before that, just simply as a citizen, as a resident, as a business person, having great cooperation with the police. Members of council recognize when you guys call or make comment about policing issues here in the chamber, or just an email to myself or call me, it's dealt with immediately by our staff sergeant. You know, members of our detachment are very aware of the daily happenings of our community. They work very close with our fire department, who in turn works also with our EMS. So I think it goes without saying that we're going to make it very clear to them what the value is of having that facility here. Let's face it, at the end of the day, sometimes when you're sitting outside of Port Colborne, you don't recognize those values in terms of what we're able to work together on here in our community with respect to our emergency services. So at the end of the day, again, they're going to be made very much aware of what it does give to our community with respect to the values of policing here in Port Colborne, community policing, as well as the partnerships that have been created with our fire department and EMS. Any further comments or questions? With none, sorry for the bad news, guys, but in Port Colborne, unfortunately, between the hospital and the fire department, you know, it's traditionally an every year, it's an at least every second or third year fight. So stay tuned. Like I said to the chief the other day, my knuckles have been healed for the last couple of months. I think it's time for them to be raw again. So here we go again. Yeah. Anyways, so no further questions or comments to that? I know you want to say something, Chief. I know you're just dying to say something, but we'll wait for those comments.
I'll say it when I get up there.
Yeah. With that, we'll move on to our regional council's report. Councillor Barrick.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The mayor was kind enough to give me a heads up on the news prior to coming to the meeting today. As one of the councillors had asked, regional council has not been officially informed. Although the regional chair is also on the police services board, we haven't received word. So I do appreciate the heads up, Mr. Mayor. I just, if I can, I'd like to make a few comments on that, and then I have my normal regional councilor's report. But I must say, we did just approve the tender for the new police headquarters on Thursday. And to hear that the very next week, a recommendation will be coming forward to close the Port Colborne detachment is simply outrageous. The police services board spend $142 million a year. that we pay into as well. Port Colborne Wainfleet receives approximately 6,000 calls for service. They received that many in 2012. The recommendation itself, although with all due respect to the police chief, he has the right to bring forward recommendations, it does send the wrong message to our BIAs, to the chamber, to business investment, to our residents. I believe a simple cost-benefit analysis of that facility will make it very clear that the benefits far outweigh the cost of that facility. Just looking at the 2012 annual report, District 6 Port Colborne Wainfleet has several special programs, and who's to say where they will go, but the all-terrain vehicle patrols on recreational trails, Project Cottage Check, Project Water's Edge, Beach Day 2012, Port Colborne Wainfleet, Community Safety Liaison Officers, et cetera, et cetera. We look at the Police Services Board 2013-2015 business plan. And quite frankly, this recommendation flies in the face of their own business plan. I just want to point out some of the goals in the business plan. And I'm glad, Mr. Mayor, you mentioned every police board member, which is critical, because this will be first and foremost a police board decision. And I do take some comfort knowing that we have 2 of 7 board members are from Port Colborne, yourself and Member Schultz, which, as far as I understand, you can correct me if I'm wrong, is unprecedented for Port Colborne really to have almost 30% of the board. So I'm hoping we can leverage that influence to get a majority of the board. But going back to the goals, and I've got to say the 2013-2015 business plan was put together through internal consultation, organizational environmental scan, community environmental scan, external consultation. It was quite a process. It wasn't just simply thrown together. But goal 1 is to maximize public safety. Not sure how that recommendation solves that. Goal 2 is to optimize relationships with community partners. This certainly isn't optimizing the police services relationship with Port Colborne and Wainfleet. And to improve corporate communication and engagement opportunities. So again, I think it's important to not only look at the minutes of settlement, but also the current 2013-2015 business plan. So I'm going to leave my comments at that. I think, this council and the previous council did a great job the last time this issue came up. I know we've got a lot of the same information from the last time we're going to be presenting this time. And I'll be certainly working with the mayor on delivering Port Colborne's message, both at the board and then at regional council if it gets to that. So I'm going to move on. The regional council, as you may have seen in the media, appointed the new CAO. The new chief administrative officer at a special meeting of council held Thursday, September 12th, appointed Harry Schlang, a Niagara native and former municipal CAO in Niagara, to serve as the next CAO. He brings with him passion, experience, and familiarity with Niagara and will serve the region. He's held senior positions in both the private and public sector and has a strong understanding of Niagara's economic, social, and political environment, having previously served 6 years as CEO of the town of Fort Erie. He's 55 years old, originally from St. Catharines, attended Governor Simcoe Secondary School and Brock University, as well as Queens, and as noted, formerly CAO for Fort Erie and Loyalist Township. He also has plenty of private sector experience working at General Motors, IBM, PricewaterhouseCoopers, and Nortel Networks. And Mr. Schlang will be joining the region as CEO effective October 28th. I also wanted to just briefly touch upon the Interim Integrity Commissioner report he brought to Regional Council at our last meeting. We did, as a council, decide that we would take recommendations from the Integrity Commissioner and that council would have the final decision. We also amended our code of conduct as per his recommendations, and we also passed the recommendation to allow reasonable access for councilors to regional staff at all levels, which reverses a previous decision. The 2013 June quarterly financial update, I won't get into at length tonight because I know you've got a long meeting already, but I did want to point out that currently, as of June 2013, we do have a funding surplus of $3.7 million, primarily from water, wastewater, and waste management. And some of the goals we've been working on in 2013, the 2013 deliverables, are the continuation and enabling the responsive region improvement team to support program reviews and enhance service, promotion of Niagara's economic development model, direction on a number of facility-related projects integral to enhanced service delivery, such as POA, police, and council chambers, and support and scoping of enhanced processes and approaches, including our new financial management system, lakefront enhancement strategy, Niagara Age-Friendly, and Niagara Region's Cultural Capital of Canada program. Also, our business planning sessions, which have addressed governance, housing and homelessness, development charges, and a region-wide water, wastewater service review, which this council is fully aware of. So I'll leave my comments at that for now, Mr. Mayor. I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Councillor Barrick. Members of council, any questions or comments to the regional councillor? With none? Thanks, Dave. Good job. Members of council, your turn. New business. Councillor's items. Councillor Butters.
Just a quick question, Mr. Mayor. I wondered if you'd heard back from Malcolm Allen's office regarding a meeting that we've requested of him to set up for the medical marijuana grow operations?
Yes, I have actually. Thank you, Councillor. And they're in that process right now. I guess some people were on vacation during the month of August in a way, so they're setting that up as we speak. I made it very clear to him that we don't want to have a nothing meeting here. We don't want to waste our times or the people, the citizens' time. We want to ensure that if we're going to have a meeting, we have it's done right. We have representation from Health Canada there, the federal government, as well. When I say the federal government, I mean the appropriate ministries, as well as himself and his staff, and then of course members of council would be more than would be invited as well. Okay, Councillor Elliott. Oh, you're fine. I thought I seen your hand go up. Councillor Danch.
Thank you, Your Honor. Just a question to Dan there. I know we've had some concerns about a residence on Neff Street there, and a couple people are up in arms on maybe getting some hedges trimmed and get them off the sidewalk. And I just wondered if we're going to move forward with this fellow, and if you could give us a little direction there, please.
Mr. Aquino.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through to Councillor Dance. Yes, bylaw enforcement is aware of it, and there is a violation, and we're moving forward with compliance.
Councillor.
Thanks. I hope that happens fairly soon, because they're, you know, it's gone on for some time. This isn't a 2-week weed problem. This is like a 2-year weed problem. So, you know, I mean, something should be done. We all look after our yards, and I just hope something can be done shortly.
Great. Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Kenny.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just a follow-up through you to Ron. Ron, some time ago, I asked in regards to an advance green at the second bridge, and I have not seen that yet. And I just a bus driver was talking to me and asked me when that was going to happen. He apparently saw the council meeting when I asked about that, and I have not seen anything happen yet about that advance green.
Thank you, Councillor. Are you talking about going south on Mallenby, turning left to the middle bridge?
Correct.
Great. Mr. Hanson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, we made that inquiry some time ago to the Niagara region. Mr. Rupin is in the audience tonight, but he's had some discussions with the regional traffic people, and I'll follow up tomorrow with you with a response on that, see where we are with the region in terms of that. It's a little more complicated than just an advance screen because of the bridges. The bridges really have a great impact, obviously, on the operation of the signals around the bridge. So it's fairly complicated getting that set up. And the queuing southbound at that has been an issue for some time, and we've discussed that with the region as well. So we'll give you an update on that.
Thank you, Mr. Hanson. Councillor.
Same. We're still in Mellenby. I had asked you, and you said the region would get back to us. It's about the hidden driveway. Just before I asked if a sign could be put up, saying there was a hidden driveway just before the former Arley's Flowers. As you cross that bridge, there's two little apartments there at the back of the former Arley's, and the residents there have asked if there could be just a sign put up that says hidden driveway.
Thank you, Councillor. Mr. Henson?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thanks for the reminder, Councillor Kenny. I personally looked after that with the region and asked them to install that sign, and they said they get right onto it. So let me follow up on that
Okay.
as well. And
Yeah.
that request was made at least,
Yeah.
I would say 6 months ago.
Oh, yeah.
Thank you, Mr.
And
Henson.
I'm being patient, you see, but.
Thank you for
It's
the
not,
reminder.
it's not like you, B.
Not like you. And my final one, and again, Your Worship, through Ron, there's been some major changes out in Invertos Drive. I don't know if any of you have gone out. Frank and I both went out and took a look with a stabilization, I guess, that had to be done on the roadway, and post and guide wires were put up on the south side of that roadway. But now we've had a complaint from one of the businesses out there that it doesn't allow for enough room for transport trucks who are in the queue or waiting to get into the business. Mr. Hanson responded that there was some major water breaks and stuff out there. But I guess both of us are wondering, both Frank and I are wondering, because we've had the inquiry, is there any other way to stabilize that road that will allow for transports to queue, or what could happen there to really to help all the businesses out in that area? Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor. Mr. Henson?
Mr. Mayor, we've had many discussions over the past year or so because of the queuing of the trucks to Ingredion. We've had discussions with the CO's office and our department as well. Certainly, queuing could be accommodated on that shoulder, but it would take a lot more than what we have in terms of a stone shoulder. The history that I gave you on it, at one time, the trucks actually queued on the north side and made the entrance easier into the Ingredion property. But the water main and sanitary sewer are located on the north shoulder, and what we found was there was numerous water main breaks as a result of the trucks queuing on that particular section. So in order to protect the infrastructure, we actually 2 years ago, I believe 2 or 3 years ago, put posts and wire guide rails on the north side, forcing the trucks off our infrastructure. So in doing that, they started to queue on the south side, and that could be accommodated for a while with the stone shoulders. But what happened over the 2-year period of time, the stone shoulders were being broken down and actually pushed into the ditch on the south side. As a result, late last year, we were getting major flooding on Invertos along all the businesses. We actually had a pad mount transformer flooded out and shorted out because of the flooding on the street. The ditch was actually completely blocked from the shoulders and the road being pushed into the ditch. So the initiative we took this year was to rebuild the shoulder, not pave it, but rebuild the shoulder, reconstruct the ditches so that the drainage was working well, and then put post and cable in there to keep the trucks off that shoulder. Now, there's a very small portion of the shoulder that's left for parking, which really shouldn't be parking there anyway, but it's a separate issue. It's not the road and the maintenance of the road. It's a separate issue of getting these trucks queued up properly so they don't interfere with all the businesses that are on Invertos, and at the same time don't destroy the infrastructure that are there. So there seems to be maybe two or three alternatives that we could look at. If the city, if council so wished, we could certainly pave the shoulder, and in doing that, create a temporary parking area along the south side. But in doing that, we would have to move the ditch some distance south. So I'm suggesting that would be several $100,000 to obviously pave a couple thousand feet of shoulder and move a ditch to the south side. That would be a major initiative for the city to solve a problem which to a certain degree isn't the city's. It's an industrial related problem. So if another queuing area could be created in the immediate area, and I don't know where that would be a possible solution to keep the trucks off the road, or actually have the trucks queue on the industrial property.
Now, Ron,
this would be another option.
We did discuss in the past when we were, I'll use the word, I guess, rebuilding or revitalizing the Elm Street landfill site. We spoke to the region about having a queuing area in that area.
Yes.
Now, there was, obviously it didn't happen. Is there opportunity to relook at that?
It would be a local problem. I mean, the city has property on the west side of Elm Street, directly adjacent to the landfill site. So if the city so choose, they could create a parking area somewhere along Elm Street there that may accommodate the trucks and allow them to queue off of Elm Street. But again, there's a large related cost to that. So
What I'm looking at, Ron, is something similar to what they have in Waynfleet along Highway 3. When you're hanging right off of Highway 3 and go towards Waynfleet and they have that runoff area, something like that, where we can have a queuing area that can accommodate the amount of trucks that are usually down Invertos.
I think something like that could be done, Mr. Mayor. It's a fairly long queue at some points in time. It'll go right to the end of that road. So probably looking at 1,000 feet or so of an additional lane on either road that would accommodate them. So it's something we could design and build, but the city would probably be looking for some sort of partnership from the people that probably benefit
Absolutely.
from
It doesn't have to be overly elaborate. It's not like
no,
we
it can be
have to
very
make it
simple.
urban standards or anything like that. Just something that can queue them up and looks half decent. Okay, Councillor Kenny, anything further?
No, now that Ron's mentioned that, Ron, I think it's a great idea for a partnership, because really it's to benefit the businesses out there too. So if we could work out, maybe have a meeting and see if we could get a partnership worked out so that happens, I think that would be the best solution too. We've gone to a lot of trouble to stabilize that area, like you said, and because that was happening. But now, obviously, a partnership would have to be worked out. Maybe perhaps get Stephen involved, because I know Stephen goes and visits at those businesses as well, and see if perhaps through his visits and your efforts, Ron, we could work out something.
Good, thank you.
Great, thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Hanson. Further questions, new business? Members of council? Councillor Kenny.
I forgot. I was so on council business.
Focused.
But my son showed up tonight all happy because he just won the Biggest Loser in Port Colborne. And in 12 weeks, he lost 25 pounds. And he wants everyone to know that they're starting a new program starting next Monday. And it's held on the East Village, I believe at the French Hall. And it's every Monday. And it's called Herbalife. So you can just go on Herbalife. But his total loss, he won tonight too, so that's why he was so happy, because there's a prize at the end, a cash prize at the end. And depending on how many people join is how big the cash prize is. So I was so excited for him. He showed up. But anyway, his total loss since July is really 40 pounds.
Excellent.
But 23 at this. So he goes, if you want to get into a healthy lifestyle, this is the way to go. And they manage that. And there's one in Port Colborne, and there's one in Welland. And it's just really changing your eating habits and getting healthy.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Kenny. And I think if your son wanted to get even healthier, he would shed the Boston Bruins shirt. Members of council with no further new business? Members of staff, any updates? With none, I'll move on to the adoption of the minutes of the 21st meeting regular of Committee of the Whole, dated September 9, 2013. Mover and seconder, please. Councillor Doucette, seconded by Councillor Bodner. Questions or comments? All in favor? Opposed? That will be carried. Now, guys, let's get to work. Councillor Bodner, go ahead.
Mr. Mayor, I wonder whether we might be able to put item 12 first on the list.
Sure we can.
I know Mr. Hatch is enthralled with everything that's going on here, and Mr. Lambie, but I think they'd be happier if they were first on the agenda, and we could take care of that.
Absolutely, thank you. Now, you had a conflict. Councillor Steele raised the issue. He's not in the chamber. So I'm going to ask Councillor Demery if you can read this motion off and move it, and I'll be asking for a seconder.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Department of Planning and Development, report number 2013-59, subject zoning bylaw amendment, file number D140613, 2033 Fire Lane 2. 1, that the Council of the City of Port Colborne approves the zoning bylaw amendment attached hereto as Appendix A, rezoning the land from the existing LR Lakeshore Residential to LR 370, reduced frontage and side yard, LR Lakeshore Residential to LR 371, septic tile bed. RD residential development to EP 372 development restrictions, and A agricultural to EP 372 development restrictions. 2, that the city clerk is hereby authorized and directed to proceed with the giving of notice of passing the bylaws in accordance with the Planning Act. 3, that pursuant to the provisions of Section 3417 of the Planning Act, no further notice of public meeting be required.
Thank you, Councillor. Do I have a second? Councillor Steele, you want to second the motion that you were supposed to move? We bumped 12 up.
Oh, sorry.
No, that's not a problem. Not a problem. Okay, so we have a mover, Councillor Desmarais, seconded by Councillor Steele. Any questions or comments to this recommendation? With none, all those in favor? Opposed? That would be carried unanimously. Thank you. Thank you, members. And folks, you're more than welcome to stick around for the rest of the meeting. Actually, I would expect you to stick around for the rest of the meeting. But thanks for your patience. Members, we're now going to move on to item 1. Councillor Desmarais.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Department of Engineering and Operations, Department Engineering Division, report number 2013-34, subject information report, Port Colborne Operations Center status update. A, that the Council of the City of Port Colborne receive this report for information purposes, and B, that Council directs staff to engage the current consultants to prepare an amendment to the environmental assessment to select a new preferred site for the Port Colborne Operations Center for a proposed estimated cost of $15,000.
Thank you, Councillor. Do I have a seconder to that, please? Councillor Danch. Questions or comments? Councillor Desmarais.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm a little concerned about this because I was under the impression that this land had already been assessed and that we had been told that this was perfectly suitable for the Operations Center. And now we find out that no, that it isn't. I'm wondering what other lands we may be looking at. I was just wondering if maybe the Babcock lands had something available. Is there something else out there that we may already have an assessment on? That's one question. Another question is if these same consultants told us that this land was good and now they're saying that it's not, I'm wondering why we would be going down that same road again.
Thank you. Mr. Hanson.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Just for clarification on that point, Councillor Desmarais, it's not the same consultants that did the 2009 EA report. It's our current consultants that we have with us have given us a price to reopen the EA and look at additional sites. So it's not the 2009 consultant, just for clarity on that did the EA report. It's our current consultants, our current project managers, who would be reopening the EA. Okay. Second part of your question, the EA document in 2009 looked at 6 different sites that were reviewed through industrial areas. This site was deemed to be, the current site that we're talking about now was deemed to be the best site as far as location, zoning, being away from residential areas, available servicing, having urban services, and being central enough for operations. What the EA document doesn't do is do detailed engineering on the specific site. In other words, we didn't do geotechnical investigations on any of the sites. We had information from the Loyalist Industrial Park on many of the areas there that had been developed and some of the work that was done. And we knew there was peat and silty clay present on some of the sites, but not to the extent we found here. This particular site at the corner of the Wainfleet Bog, at the corner of the industrial park, has over 7 meters of peat and silty clay. So the recommendation here, and we're very disappointed to have to bring this report forward, is that this site is not suitable for any type of building on it. And we weren't aware of that, obviously, when they did the EA and made these recommendations. Your technical advisory committee has been working very hard over the last year. Councillor Danch and Mayor Badaway sit on our committee to review existing facilities, look at the best features that are available for these types of facilities, do a preliminary design. And we're very happy with where we are in terms of the design and what that will present for this next 40 to 50 year facility, the Operations Center for Port Colborne. Unfortunately, this site is deemed to be totally unsuitable for it. So what we're recommending now is that the document be reopened. Everything in here is valid in terms of determining the existing facility, why it's not suitable, why we have to look at additional sites, the preliminary design, layout for the building. We're satisfied with that. We built on the recommendations that are in here and come up with a design that would serve the citizens of Port Colborne for the next 40 or 50 years. The only recommendation we're bringing forward here tonight is that we reopen that document and look at additional sites. And we'd be very happy to consider any other sites that council may recommend. We will go through, we've actually done a preliminary review now since writing this report on other available sites that might be out there in Port Colborne that we can utilize. And we need to look at those sites, reopen the document, and go through the process to ensure that all our bases are covered in terms of the EA document. We'll have to have another public meeting to let the public know on what we're doing in terms of this document, and then again file it with the province once we're done.
Great, thank you. Councillor?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm just rather confused. That document, that EA document was 2009, correct?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, yes, that's correct.
Okay. And I'm just confused that we find ourselves, 4 years later, finding out that the land that is listed in there is not going to be working for us. That's 4 years is a long time to be waiting on this, and we know that we need to have this operations center built quickly, and we have employees that are sitting in a situation that we shouldn't have them in. It's just not acceptable. I think that we need to move quickly.
Thank you. Mr. Hanson?
Mr. Mayor, it was strictly the geotechnical on this site, which again isn't available at an EA stage. If we find a site that's more suitable that we're going to recommend, perhaps we do some minor geotechnical work just to confirm that if we had any suspicions that it wasn't suitable. To take 6 sites or 8 sites on an EA process and do a $15,000 or $20,000 geotechnical, each one doesn't make any sense. You can't do that. You have to use the best available information on the EA and then move forward from there. And as I said, we're very disappointed to have to bring this report forward at this stage. In October this year, we should be very close to having a tender document to build the facility. That's where we should be. And we're still at a preliminary design stage at this point.
Thank you. Councillor Kenny?
Thank you, Worship, through you to Ron. So Ron, all our designs and everything that we have are fine.
Mr. Hanson?
All the designs that we've spent money on to get ready, those are all fine.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, yes. As I said, we're very happy with where we are in terms of the preliminary design. We have our Class D estimates prepared, which we've attached in here, the results of the Class D estimates. Everything we've done in terms of the research work in the last year, going to these other facilities, looking at them, working with our architects, all of that is valid. All of that can be placed on a suitable site. It's just a matter of having the right site to put it on. And the criteria for the site is very important. If you get too close to residential areas,
yes, I know.
there's the noise. It has to be central enough, and ideally, you're going to be on urban services for the facility. It's not mandatory, but it's something that would be preferable in looking at a site. So there's a lot of things we have to consider in doing that.
Councillor?
So you said that between the whole committee has another site already in mind, because you said there were 6 sites, I think, in your. So you have one in mind.
Just if I can, Ron, because I think that's a question that begs to be asked by all the council.
Yeah.
Is the other 5 sites that were identified within the EA. So if you can touch on that.
Yeah.
The other 5 sites weren't as suitable in terms of all those different things. For instance, the existing site was number 1, which was reviewed in the EA site. It's too small. There's contamination on the site. We have no way of controlling the runoff from that site. We would have to demolish the facility and then move our operation for a year away if we tried to build on it. So it's not suitable. So that's one of the sites we looked at. As an example, the West Side Arena site was another site we looked at. Found to be too small, too close to the residential areas, but otherwise would have been fairly good in terms of operations and being central, but it's very close to residential areas. We looked at a site on Highway 140, which has no urban services. It was somewhat remote. It had to be rezoned, and it was outside the urban area. So it's another the pros and cons of it. There were a number of cons on that. So we look at all these sites, and that was the 6 sites in 2009. What we would do is, and the staff has sat down with our consultants now and looked at new sites that might be considered in reopening the EA document. So we didn't want to name those in the report tonight, But we have 4 or 5 other sites that we've considered that have come up. We don't own all the land, so we don't want to mention those in the report right now. And that's one of the main problems we're facing now, because the city doesn't own serviced industrial land that are suitable for this. So we may have to look at private sites, and that adds a price tag to anything we do. So we want to open that and have the same EA document where you go through all the pros and cons of the sites that could be listed. And again, we can consider any other sites that the council may have in mind in the EA document and look at those sites against the checklist of what we need to consider.
Councillor?
Then I honestly would like you to look at the present site. I've seen homes built where they have the home, the original home in one area, and right in front of the home they're building a brand new one. Then they tear that old one down when they're all done. So I'm saying, why can't we build a brand new operational center right where we are? It might have to be 2 stories, but build it right where we are, but maybe 20 feet away from the present building. I don't know. I know do we have a lease with? I know do we have a 100-year lease or a 20-year lease, or is that lease with the St. Lawrence Seaway null and void? Like, I just, besides, we've all been out there, and I know even past. It's not like you'd have to close it completely down. You could still build, in my opinion, right beside that footprint, and it would still be. Then you wouldn't have to look anymore. You have the site. That's just.
Mr. Hanson?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. We will look at the existing site again through the new EA document, but it's 3.5 hectares. It's far below what's required for the site. So to put a building footprint much bigger than what's already there would certainly displace the operations that are there right now. It's on a federal lease. There's no term on it, so it's indeterminate. We pay a lease amount every year, but we have to deal with issues of, in building the new facility, as we've designed in the new facility, how do you control the runoff from the site? It can't go directly into the canal, so we have to have stormwater ponds. We have to have ways to control the runoff. We have to build a new sand and salt facility. The one that's there is antiquated. We need a full facility. There's no room to build that if the existing operation is on that site. But certainly, we'll take a look at that with the reopened EA and list the reasons, pro and con, why the site could be used.
Okay. I have Councillor Butters and Councillor Doucette.
And just my final question. Then, this came to us really probably too early, because to me it would have been better. Because my recommendation would be send it back to you until we have some better ideas of sites and all that stuff. To come to us now and say it's going to cost X amount of dollars for another consultant. I don't need a consultant to tell me where our land is. We count. You have a design committee. You must be looking at land. You bring that consultant in later. Like, why do we need him right now to look for?
Mr. Hanson?
That's all. Thanks.
For you, Mr. Mayor. The reason is we have to reopen the EA document. It's a legal document. We have to go through the process of doing a site selection. If we just select a site, for instance, and the site, we don't go through the process, and the site, you can have an appeal to the board. There's other things that can happen by not going through the EA process. We've registered this process with the province, and we've said that's the site we're going to use. We have to reopen that and say that's not the site we're going to use. We have to look at other sites and legally go through the process, involve the public in it to ensure that we followed the entire process and done it legally. If we were to situate a site in an area where people didn't want it, and that's very likely it could happen, we'd be in trouble in terms of not following the process.
Okay, Councillor Butters.
Thank you. My question isn't so much about process, but more about understanding. I get that the money will come out of the 800,000 debenture. What I would like to know is what was the cost from the 2009 six-site investigation? If you could tell me that.
Mr. Hanson.
Through Mr. Mayor, the total cost of that study was about $100,000. But I can qualify that in saying that, as I said to Councillor Demery, most of the things in here are valid in terms of looking at the existing sites. All that investigation was done, all the public meetings that were held, the design of the HVAC system, preliminary design, the footprint of the building, going through that entire process, that's all still valid. We still use all that and have it part of the document. All this is opening the document again to look at additional sites. We're going to look at the existing, use the existing data in terms of the existing 6 sites, and we will look at additional sites as well. And then just list those as the pros and cons. That's the project for our consultants, our current consultants that are on the job. Mr. Stewart's here tonight from Prison Partners, our project managers. They will open the document, go through the process with the Technical Advisory Committee, have our public meeting. We'll come back to council with a recommendation in terms of the EA and which site we think is suitable based on those findings.
Councilor?
Thank you. So really when this got down to the geotechnical side of it, that's when it was found that the site you thought would be okay is not okay.
Correct.
So basically the dirt and the mud that's in there is not
Correct.
conducive to the thing. So for $15,000, and they're going to review 4 sites, I just want to make really sure that, you know, that's going to be part of it so that we don't go round and round on this wheel for another spin, because I think $100,000 worth of work, and I get that, you know, a great proportion of that is valid material, but when I think of reviewing 4 sites and before 6 were reviewed, I just don't want to be here going round and round again.
Okay, thank you. Councilor Doucette?
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Through you to Ron. What's the timeline for this? Because I agree with Councilor.
Okay, so a question, Mr. Hanson?
Through Mr. Mayor, timeline 6 to 8 weeks to complete the EA review.
Councilor?
6 to 8 weeks. So you're talking that we're probably going to see something beginning in December, beginning in January, somewhere in there?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, we will expedite this as quickly as possible, as quickly as we can.
Councilor?
I would like to see something done as quickly as possible. We've been talking about this. The last council was talking about it before I even got on. And then we're still talking about it, and we're still saying, let's get going. And then we find out that one of the sites is inappropriate. I agree with Mr. Hanson that if we're going to go and we discover a site is probably preferable, let's find out if we can put the building there before we turn around and come back here. And if it's a couple of $1,000s to do it, let's put a couple of $1,000s into it to make sure that when we get a preferred site, we can put the thing where we said we were going to put it. Because this is what's happening. I don't want to be going back and forth, as Councillor Butters said, for the next 6 months doing this. Let's make sure that whatever you come back with, whatever the consultant comes back with, we can use. And we have the size and everything else that we need to put this building where it belongs.
Thank you, Councilor. Councilor Elliott?
Thank you, Mayor. I guess when I saw the item come up, it was deja vu all over again. My recollection's correct. We went to build the skate park and found the same thing out due to geotechnical. The land wouldn't support it, so we had to excavate and backfill for the same thing. And it cost us extra $30,000, $40,000, I think, to do that. My biggest concerns are twofold. One, we now have arguably the last serviced industrial lot left in the city that's worthless. So now it's just going to sit as vacant land because it won't support anything, because anybody that sees this knows that the land is no good anymore, so that lot's shot. I guess more importantly, one thing that kind of surprised me, and I'm surprised that nobody else picked up on it, the 08-09 EA and the detailed design showed a cost estimate at $6.5 million, and that's now swelled by 50% over 4 years. And we're now talking about a $10 million facility. Well, that's a heck of a lot more than the 6.5 that was originally budgeted for and was bandied about. And now we're at $10 million, which is inclusive or exclusive of the $800,000 soft cost.
Mr. Hanson?
Excuse me. Through you, Mr. Mayor. The $800,000 is included in that cost. The $10 million was not the number that was going to come forward to council in terms of a recommendation. We're very cognizant of that. The $10 million represents the 2013 cost of a facility that will meet all the needs of Port Cove for the next 40 or 50 years. That's the number based on the Class D estimate and facilities similar to this that are built. We're well aware that $6.5 million is a number. So there had to be ways to bring that number back down to where we wanted to be with certain recommendations. That report was not, that number was not going to be brought to council at that level. But we're just advising council right now that that's where the number is, and there's no, I can assure you, and I'm sure the Technical Advisory Committee members can assure you, there's no frills on this building. This is strictly a needs, not a wants facility as it sits right now.
So where are we in today's dollars on September 23rd, 2013? In today's dollars, where do we stand at a total cost?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, with the Class D estimate, we're at $10 million.
So it is 10 million, all in. And that's no bells, no whistles. I'm kind of thinking 10 million bucks for an operations facility is a heck of a chunk of change. I know you're building for the future, but there's nothing that we can do to scale it back that will bring it anywhere under 10 million. I mean, that when you're talking $10 million, I'm still having trouble with a 50% increase over 4 years. That to me just seems almost outrageous that it's gone up that much.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, and as I said, Councillor Elliott, we weren't going to bring that number forward. We were going to make further reductions to whatever we had to do to the site to get that number down. This is the first time we've seen a Class D estimate based on what we're doing, and we're advised by our project manager. There was a very similar facility tender just in the last few months that come in at $11.5 million based on the tenders that are coming in. So something else has to be done. Really, the only way to do that is to reduce the footprint of the building. We still need a sand and salt facility. We still need an office building to house the people that are there, the water division and so on. We still have to house the mechanics. We have to have a wash bay. We have to have storage. So there's very little you can cut, but there's a footprint of the building that could be cut if need be. If council says we're only going to spend $8 million, we will build a building that's $8 million. If they say 6.5, it's 6.5. But
build that $6.5 million building. you just said you want council to say it.
Councilor, let them finish.
Yeah,
Go ahead, Mr. Hanson.
The only thing we're recommending at this point through the Technical Advisory Committee is that we have a facility recommended that will meet the needs of Port Colborne for the next 40 or 50 years. That's the cost of what it is today. From 2009, this is a larger footprint. This is a larger facility. The cost of building a lot of the things we found since looking at the unit rates in 2009, the unit rates that are going to tender right now, the rates are higher, as you would expect, over 4 or 5 years. So it's more of a building, it's more of a facility than they envisioned in 2009. But again, it's the direction of council. If the dollars that are there, we will build to it. The only thing everybody is agreeing on, I think, is that we can't stay where we are now. We have to do something. And we're doing our best to try to bring forward a facility that will do the job. Worst case scenario can be 5 to 10 years down the road, and we know a neighboring facility right now that are looking at a 10-year-old facility doing a major modification to it because it just doesn't meet their needs at all, and it's not built to what they need. And that can be a lot more expensive if you look at it over the full term.
Yeah. And I'm not beating you up. It's not, but when I saw that figure, it's like, really? Like $10 million? I guess my final question is, now that we're out of our original land and we've got to move somewhere else, is there any cost savings that we can look towards if we can't find a parcel of land that will accommodate the whole facility? Can we see a parcel of land that may accommodate offices, wash bay, the people part of it? And can we look for another piece of land, maybe we own that's smaller, for the salt and sand storage? Is there any way, I mean, we're always looking for savings and to partner with different people. Is there any way that we can partner with other municipalities that may be looking at storage facilities for salt and sand and combine in one facility that's not too far away? I don't know what Fort Erie State is. You know, I don't know what Welland does for theirs. Is there a partnership that we can look at? If we can, you know, if we can't find a parcel of land that's going to accommodate everything and we have to make substantial changes to the building to fit the footprint in, is there any way that we can find any piece of land or any, you know,
Mr. Hanson?
Neighboring municipality to partner with?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. We actually looked at that in the EA document, and We looked at the MTO site, for instance, on Highway 140, but because of the type of operation they do, they have center clear in the winter. It's a different salt and sand application, almost pure salt. Different application, completely different type of operation. They're working, they advise us, they're working at full capacity at that facility now. So there was no opportunity for us as a partnership there. Certainly the idea of, again, splitting the operation into two pieces on smaller parcels is something that could be looked at. In a perfect world, we want to have everything centralized so everybody's working out of the same facility. As far as supervision goes, that's obviously the way to do it. But it's not a bad idea. I mean, it's something we can look at. If there's two smaller parcels, we can certainly look at doing that. There's a cost attached. If we don't own a parcel of land, being the city, there's going to be a cost attached to acquiring a piece of land in doing that. So I'm not sure what the savings will be. So we have to investigate. That's part of the EA process, to investigate it.
Further questions? Councillor Danch.
Thank you, and through the mayor to Ron, it's just from the guy who sat in a room with you for the last year and kind of went over this thing. When I read the report, I must say I was a little bit disappointed. We thought we had a win-win there, and there weren't a lot of bells and whistles that were going into this place. We were talking about, 2 feet difference, trying to move trucks in and out with the blades on them and everything else, and penny wise and dollar foolish. I think the guys went about it the right way, and it wasn't going to be a Taj Mahal in any ways. It was just going to be something that was going to be functional and good for the city. So I say I am a little disappointed that it didn't work out, and I hope, and I'm sure Ron will, put something back together that'll be good for the community down the road. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Further questions or comments? Just one question, Ron. The EA, the first part of the process with respect to the environmental assessment, identified 6 sites. What now will be different with respect to another 4 sites? Ultimately, my question is, why, if we're looking at 4 other sites, why weren't those sites actually identified in the first part of the EA process?
Mr. Mayor, in 2009, 2008, 2009, we sat as a committee again and come up with sites that might be appropriate, might be applicable. Staff sat down after we received the results of the estimates and so on, just between our staff here and our project manager, sat down and looked at some additional sites that may work. They may not have been available in 2009, but just trying to put our thinking together, and maybe with some of the initiatives that are going ahead with the servicing of the industrial lands, the employment lands, something like that could be thrown into the mix that wasn't available in 2009. So just some newer thinking on sites that might be available. And we'll certainly look at that and then advise council on what our thinking is on it going forward.
So ultimately, the EA process at the beginning had sites that were actually chosen by the city versus the EA process, and the consultants actually going out and looking for sites.
We actually, Mr. Mayor, we actually worked with the consultants at the time in 2009 and suggested, because we had our own ideas, local knowledge of what might be available, who the ownerships were. We knew there was a site available in Stonebridge, which would have been preferable. So we looked at, you have to look at available sites, you have to look at everything that's out there. So we'll just go through that process again and just see if there's something else there that's available. Hopefully we can come up with something that's going to suit the process.
Okay, thank you, Ron. Members of council, no further comments or questions? Your pleasure to the motion. All those in favor? Opposed? That'll be carried. Thank you. We'll now move on to item 3. Councillor Desmarais.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Department of Engineering and Operations and Engineering Division, report number 2013-36. Subject, information report, request to install sculpture on city property, totems, fish, squirrel, and crow, 2013. A, that the council of the city of Port Colborne receives this report for information, and B, that the request for installation of sculptures on city property be denied, and that staff respond back to Larry Rosnick accordingly.
Thank you, Councillor. Have a second to that, please. Councillor Doucette. Questions or comments? Councillor Desmarais.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm a little concerned. I've had a good look at what Mr. Rosnick would like the sculptures to be. I visited the property and seen the trees in question. Now, I do agree that we shouldn't be taking down a tree that's healthy. So there's a poplar tree that comes out of the equation right away. But I seriously think that we may be holding the reins a little too tightly here. I think sometimes it's not a bad idea to let artistic expression happen in the community, and that's really what's called for here. I don't think that it should just happen at will. I think that in each case, if someone wants to put something on city property, and in this case it's a boulevard directly out front of a person's residence and business in this case, that, you know, that request and plan should come through City Hall. But for one, I just would like to support Mr. Rosnick doing this. I don't think it's a bad thing, and it's just where I'm standing on it.
Thank you, Councillor. Any further comments or questions? Councillor Kenny.
I have to agree with Councillor Desmarais. I don't think it's bad to allow this to happen. The report says that there's danger. This would present danger to pedestrians, and I don't know what danger it would present unless they stumbled and fell that far into the thing and hit their head on it. But I didn't know what else. But if he wants to do this, I think that there should be no reason. He's asked for permission. He's gone through all the things that he has to. I mean, you see other things on people's lawns. I have no objection to this at all. And really kind of sorry that the report came back telling them no.
Thank you, Councillor. Any further questions or comments? Councillor Doucette.
I also believe that Mr. Resnick should be allowed in some way, shape, or form to put some of the art there. I have some concerns with the fact that it's metal. I have some concerns with the design, and maybe if staff work with him to make sure that some of that can be mitigated in some way, then I have no problems in allowing Mr. Resnick to do this. I think that having an art area where people can present things and put things up, that whole east area where he's looking at right now is going to be very artistic and very nice. And it would beautify that area. At least I think it would. So I can't see us denying it. But I'd like staff to go back and have a chat with him and find out exactly, or maybe they already have. I don't know. Maybe back to you, to Mr. Hanson. Find out if they've talked to him about it and find out exactly what these structures are going to be. That's the first thing I would like to know about before I decide on anything else.
Mr. Hanson.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. We've spoke to Mr. Rosnick. He wants to mount these on dead ash trees. These will continue to rot. And I think, you know, staff's recommendation is that we're certainly not against any artistic expression at all, but this probably isn't the best place to have it. Boulevards on streets during winter operations are there for snow storage is going to be on the boulevards. The plows wing snow back on the boulevards. With these large metal objects on the boulevards, it's going to be very hazardous. These things are going to get hit by the snow plows. And then who would repair them if the city knocked them down? So from artistic expression, maybe, you know, there's a park across the street from his house or some other location maybe be more appropriate, but this narrow boulevard in front of his house we don't think is appropriate, and that's why we make the recommendation.
Thank you, Mr. Hanson. Councillor Butters.
Well, in the past winters, I don't recall the snowplows hitting the ash trees that were there, so I too think that's a unique opportunity to display something that nobody else has, and I think that we should allow this. Mr. Rosnick lives right there. I have no doubt that he would do whatever he needed to do to maintain the stumps as they were, that would hold the sculptures in place for a very long time to come. And when it became not safe to do so, then they would have to come down and be dealt with in a different way. So in the meantime, though, I'd like to see it happen.
Thank you. Any further questions or comments? Councillor Bodnar. Mike, Ron, Mike. Ron, your mic.
I thought you said bite my tongue. I'm
Okay,
old, I can't
look
quite
at my
hear
hand.
it.
Look at my hand.
This is kind of a neat idea. And I can see it in like a sculpture garden or something like that, if the city could arrange for, you know, an area that artists maybe can display some work or something. I actually got to agree with staff on this one. Putting a heavy metal object on a dead tree trunk isn't probably the best thing to do. I've seen trees out our way that have been dead for years and simply fall over, not even in a windstorm. It's time to go. And it's very hard to tell that that trunk is absolutely lost everything underneath and is just standing there. Who's going to make these determinations? Are we going to check it every year? Or are we going to have to, you know, there's got to be some liability here that, I don't know, it just doesn't sound like a good idea. Neat idea for sculpture, bad idea on how to mount it, I think, anyway. So I just can't support them on a dead tree trunk. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor. Further questions or comments, members? I will call the question. All those in favor of the staff report? Opposed? Okay. Councillor Demery. You had the floor. You're the one that had the floor. So,
Okay. Pardon me? Yes. Okay, so I would just like to move that we allow Mr. Rosnick to work with staff to put these sculptures in front of his residence.
thank you, Councillor. Do I have a seconder to that? Councillor Doucette. Councillor Bonner, you had a question?
I heard you specify that you only wanted 2 used before. Now you said these sculptures, so are we going to be specific? You're not
Just
taking
the
down
2.
the poplar tree?
Okay, so just the 2. Okay, so if we can have that in the recommendation. Members of council, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, if I could just add that to the recommendation that we allow 2 sculptures to go forward, 2 that would go on the ash trees, not the poplar that is healthy.
Great, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Steele.
I want to make sure that within this agreement, there's some hold harmless for the city. I agree totally with Councillor Bodnar on this issue. This is not a spot to be putting things. These are narrow boulevards. However, if you're going to allow it, because that's obviously what the wish of council is, he be responsible for these. He shows that he has liability for these. We are not responsible for any damage during any work that we're doing or that anybody else does to these. That he's totally responsible for this whole situation. And that's got to be written. And he's got to prove every year that he has the insurance and the proper coverage with regards to this. Everybody else that uses city property has to prove they have a policy in force to a limit of either 2 million or 5 million, sometimes even higher depending on the project or work that we're doing. It just makes common sense for that stuff. So that has to be done first and foremost.
Thank you, Councillor.
Still against this.
I'll take that as an amendment. Do I have a seconder to that amendment, please? Councillor Doucette. Any questions or comments to that amendment? All those in favor? Opposed? That would be carried. Members of staff, Annette and Ashley, you got that in terms of the specifics what Councillor Steele outlined? Okay, to the motion as amended. Any further questions or comments? All those in favor? All those in favor? Opposed? That would be carried. Thank you. Item 6, Councillor Bodnar.
Mr. Mayor, Department of Community and Corporate Services, Community Services Division, report number 2013-29, subject fees and rates for the 2013-2014. That the Council of the Corporation of the City of Port Colborne approves the schedule of fees and rates for the following facilities as per the attached appendices as Schedule A to F for 2013-2014. A, Vale Health and Wellness Center is listed in Schedule A. Parks permits as listed in Schedule B. Municipal playing fields and sports courts as listed in Schedule C. Nickel Beach is listed in Schedule D. Roselawn Center is listed in Schedule E. Sugarloaf Marina is listed in Schedule F. That the appropriate facility fees and rates bylaw be prepared by the municipal clerk and presented to council for approval.
Thank you, Councillor. Do we have a seconder to that, please? Councillor Butters? Questions or comments? Councillor Bodnar.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd just like to speak on the item E, which is the Roselawn Center. And the rates are basically the same. And I know there was an expression by a number of councillors here that thought the rates for some of the rooms were a little out of whack, and that we were going to revisit this when we did possibly the cultural plan that's slated to come up later in the fall. I guess I just bring this forward because I just wanted council's opinion on how they feel about these rates, and how we could either put it on hold tonight or pass it with a chance to revisit it later on, and if any other councillors have any concerns with those rates.
Thank you, Councillor. Further comments or questions? Councillor Butters.
Well, I really thought that some of these rates would actually be lowered some, because the whole, I guess, purpose of the exercise is to try to get people using this facility. And I know, like, for example, to rent the Sun Porch, which is a pretty small room, seats about 15 people roughly, for $100. You know, double parlors. These are pretty high prices for the size of these rooms. And I was kind of thought that we were going to have a bit lower prices in the hopes to make these this facility really more accessible to folks to rent. So I'm actually kind of disappointed in that regard.
Thank you. Further comments or questions? Councillor Desmarais.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I also have some concerns with the rental fees and rates for the Roselawn Center. The rest of the report, I have no concerns with those. I would be in agreement with those. I just think that for the Roselawn Center, it might be a better idea to revisit this fee structure possibly in the new year, after the new culture committee gets going and starts looking at putting together a culture plan and seeing what we expect in the way of culture for Port Colborne, because Roselawn Center figures prominently in that. Then we'll know what we want to use it for, what we want it to provide for Port Colborne, and then possibly we can adjust the rates accordingly.
Thank you. Councillor Doucette.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Through you to Mr. Hakeem. These are the present rates, pretty well. They haven't changed much, I believe.
Mr. Hakeem.
Through your worship to Councillor Doucette, yes.
Okay. How much activity have we had in most of those rooms since last January?
Mr. Hakeem.
Through you, your worship, to Councillor Doucette, percentage-wise, level of activity at Roselawn has peaked around 70% plus, give or take 75%. I've reported on this previously and tried to maintain these rates, the status quo, based on previous direction.
So just to be clear, 70% above the year before?
In terms of the overall activity rate, I didn't break it down by room, but basically people are genuinely looking at the facility as a whole and pick and choose what areas, and basically it's a shopping list, and so they pick and choose what they want. If they have the whole facility, the rates are far more competitive, and in all fairness and due respect, we really haven't had too much feedback negatively impacting on people renting Roselawn as far as receptions, you know, wedding type activities. Certainly the theater, which has really peaked in terms of attendance with the success over this past summer. And we're actually looking at other ways of perhaps promoting and marketing it based on existing status quo rates.
Okay. Through you then, sir, to Mr. Hakeem. Are we making as much money per se as last year, as the year before? This year as the year before?
Mr. Hakeem?
Is it possible to compare those?
I don't, through your worship to Councillor Doucette, I don't have those exact figures. I think the budget numbers were just presented to us, so we're just in the working stages. But if I were to hazard a guess, and I guess don't quote me on this, I think our level of activity is indicative that we've generated certainly revenues that I think should exceed what were projected in some cases.
Okay. So you haven't received a lot of complaints about the rates as they are written here?
Not by the general public, depending on their need and what it is that they would like to rent out of that facility. Like I said, it's like a shopping list. So if they wanted the whole facility, it's a more competitive rate because of the footprint of the whole building. And if you can see the rates, it's really broken down in a lot more detail, particularly this schedule, which I should point out previously when I presented it earlier, it was approved as status quo so that I could continue operating the facility. And in terms of public response to the use of the facility, we haven't had too much in the way of negative feedback. At least that's what what's been reported to me.
Councillor?
Last question. Okay. If that is true, the idea of bringing it down simply because we want to bring it down, is it going to attract a lot more people? Is it going to bring in a lot more people? I have a question about that. And if someone can answer that, please. But to do it, to see if it's going to, is not the same as doing it because we know for sure it's going to. There's a big difference there.
Mr. Hakeem?
Through your worship to Councillor Doucette, I can address that actually because there are some examples in other municipalities where they've brought rates down to increase volume. There is a theory that that does work. It's happened in a couple of municipalities, in Guelph with arena rates, where they spiked them one year, their attendance dropped, and then they brought them back down. It happened recently in town Newmarket where they brought a lot of public rates down. They saw increase in volume. There is that theory, and it does work. It's just something that perhaps we can drill down on particular areas like the sunroom perhaps. But at present, what I presented to council previously in a report to bring Roselawn forward because of the work behind the scenes with Friends of Roselawn and other organizations, these fees were previously approved so that we could continue operating with existing rates. And again, the feedback hasn't been negative to my attention from Terry or anyone else booking Roselawn. And we've been working with these rates as they are now. Doesn't mean that we can't go back and visit them if that's what council wishes, particularly in some areas where we can look at it. But volume use can occur. It's just I didn't go down that path at this point.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Butters?
I think when you use the term 70% up, it's kind of, it can be, there's an old saying about figures lie and liars figure, but what I really want to know is in terms of like 365 days of a year, you know, and if you break that down into weekends or however you want to do it, how many actual days as compared to the year before, because, you know, something goes up by 50%, it can be, you know, one person, now two people, right? Big deal.
Mr. Hakeem?
Through your worship to Councillor Butters, I can bring more specific information like that back as far as specific, if I have to break it down to dates and a type of activity, but I can tell you, for example, the month of November, this coming November, just for your information, that in terms of performances and activities with current bookings, such as the readings, other performances, we're solidly booked out. We can't take additional rentals unless they're during the day or at some point in time where we can squeeze them in between programs or activities or other meetings that we have to facilitate. So that's an example where attendance
compared to past years, they've only facilitated the readings, as I understand it. So in terms of my observations and what I've been able to follow for this past year I've been here, November is an example where we just don't have room for anybody to book anything additional right now. But I can bring additional information back if council so wishes to give you more specific examples.
Are you speaking of the theater side, or are you speaking of the rooms plus the theater, the sunroom, the president's room, the parlors? When you say like November's totally booked up, could you be specific?
Through your worship to Councillor Butters, I'm going to have to get back with more detail for you, and I can.
Okay.
I can probably do that within the next
Because
year or
like
two.
the theater being booked is like, that's, if it was that for the month of November, that's wonderful.
Mhm.
I think that happens through the Friends of Roselawn and the different performances, what's going on there is wonderful. My thought process is more about the separate rooms that maybe sit empty, and that's what I want the information more, is like how those rentals play into this.
Through your worship,
Sure,
Councillor Butters, I do understand what you're asking in terms of the type of use and breaking it down. I can give you the example of the readings from what I have seen in the past and recently. They book the theater, then they go up to the, I think it's the back bar area, and then they migrate into another part of the building. So they have several areas occupied. So for us to try and book something while those are going on, they're going to migrate to other parts of the building because of the way the footprint is and the way the audience, socializes after these wonderful readings. Any performance, we normally book the back bar and perhaps even the dining room, depending on, again, the need of the organization. I'd have to drill down and find out exactly what's booked, and I can certainly report that back to you at any time.
Okay, Councillor Demery.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would very much like us to remove Schedule E from this item so that we can move forward and possibly revisit Schedule E at a future council meeting when we're armed with some more information, such as the number of times each room was booked in the last year and the rate at which it was booked. Because those, those exact prices were not charged for each group booking it, I'm sure. So that way we have a much better idea of what exactly is happening there. So if we could do that, that would allow us to move forward.
Thank you. I'm going to go to Councillor Light because he hasn't spoken yet. But before we go around in circles here, I do want Council to recognize three things here actually. One is that the bills still have to be paid.
Yes.
Okay, so I want you to recognize that.
Absolutely.
And, we have to recognize that, and I have to congratulate the many people that are trying to make something happen here. There's no question about it. That's a great thing, and we want Roselawn to proceed well into the future. But the only way we can do that, and being around here as long as I've been here, the reason why Roselawn hasn't met its potential yet is because the bills weren't being paid, whether it be operating, whether it be capital. And let's make no mistake about it. One or two people pay the bills, the taxpayer or the users.
Right.
Okay, and only council can determine the level of subsidy that you have an appetite to pass on to the taxpayers versus the users. So having said all that, what I would suggest is that because what we have in place right now isn't all that different than what we're proposing here in item E. What I would suggest is, and I'll go back to Councillor Bodner's comments, is that if in fact council wants to look at an additional level or a heavier level of subsidy, okay, then of course we can deal with that during budget, and I'm sure at that time Harry can have a lot more information available to us. But I want council to recognize, and I think you do, that it all boils down to one thing: taxpayer or user. No different than the Valley Center, no different than the baseball fields and the soccer fields, etc. And it's all a matter of what appetite you're going to have weighing one way or the other. That's going to be dependent on the budget deliberations. So I just wanted to throw that out there right now before we spend too much time on this rate tonight. Councillor Elliott.
Perfect segue for my comments, Mr.
know
Mayor.
it was. I know it was.
I'm looking at the rates for the Valet Center, and I'm not picking on hockey because I'm a hockey guy. But a 2% net of HST basically is 1 point, whatever you want to call it. Back in the budget, in February, we levied an extra $129,000 and change on the levy for extra operating costs for the arena. So we upped the subsidy by $130,000 we'll round up because we don't use pennies anymore. And when I see that the 2% raise in the ice time, what does that generate for us in gross revenue up above what we had last year? And I don't even know if you can do it because we haven't got a full year in, but do you base it on historical ice time and what we're going to generate extra? I see here where it says it's the cost of living index. And that's great when you're out buying groceries or you're looking for a raise. But when you're paying for a facility, I want to know that we're going to recoup the cost of operating the facility. And if our hydro rates are going up 4 or 5% and our wages and salaries are going up 3 or 4%, then a 2% increase net HST isn't covering the cost of operating. So to say that we're going to increase our rates because the cost of living index is only 2%, I'm having a hard time with that. And that goes back to the subsidy. So I guess my first question is, have you broken it down to how much extra revenue are we generating with these increases?
Mr. Hakeem?
Through your worship to Councillor Elliott, in terms of actual revenue, I'd have to go back and actually pull some data and get, since we're in our first full year of operation, it'll certainly give us a better indicator from past years. But there's two comparators here. I think there's some things that previously, from what I've read and researched in terms of minor hockey and other hockey organizations or ice hockey related activity, they incurred an increase, and I reported approximately 4%, I think, for 1 year just before the move into the Valley with minor hockey, and 5% for the junior B team. So the 2% across the board, excluding those that impacted families and those types of activities, which again, we're basing it on the volume use to hopefully bring in, you know, the added activity, health and wellness. I think we're going to continuously work towards, I guess, maintaining fairness in the market as well as equity with other centers around. Our rates are already in that category based on other empirical data that we've compared to in other arenas and other reports that I've reviewed. And it escapes me what the previous report that I think I referred to in here that came from the CAO's office. I think we want to stay along the line of trying to build the costs so that the recovery rate becomes less and less subsidized. Is that correct, Chief? Okay. Is that give you some?
That's a great target. The only thing I'm looking at is, why do we not back it out the other way? Why do we not look at what our increase or our forecast increase in operating will be? I mean, you got to pay the bills. I mean, if hydro's going up and wages and salaries are going up, the cost of operating, you know, propane to run the Zambonis, all of that, repairs, and I hope there's none because it's brand new. But shouldn't we build those costs into any increases than just saying, well, the consumer price index is only 2%, so we'll only go up 2%. I know what all the other municipalities are charging for ice, but to base your ice rates on what other municipalities charge, I don't know what their operating costs are. And their rental rates, you know, are reflective of what their operating is, what their level of subsidy is. That's their rates that they need. That's not our rates that we need. I think everybody's an individual. You can keep within the general rates, but I think we need to look at us as standalone. The same thing with Roselawn, our fields. We need to look at what we need to do for Port Colborne, not to just keep us in line with everybody else because that's what the Falls is doing and St. Catharines is doing and whatnot. So I'd like to know, you know, what's the revenue that we're going to generate with that 2% increase with the ice? And I guess you can bring that back. You don't have to hurry on it. But where are we with regards to percentage of rental of available ice time? Have we increased from years past, or are we still about the same level?
We're actually increasing. We've got a couple of new programs and activities, and once hockey and other activities are going to go full board, we're going to have pretty much our ice schedule booked. We will be bringing back a little bit more comprehensive, detailed breakdown as to the programs and services that we're offering. I think, and there's some other data, obviously, we're going to capture hopefully over the course of this operating year to give us better indicators as to what our costs are so that we can look at increasing, look at potentially reviewing rates and whether increases are necessary or decreasing for that matter, who knows. But I think we do need a full year operation, because when we hit the pavement running, it was literally a sprint from February till closure, and then we went through this period of adjustment with the new facility, ice in, ice out, and other associated costs that impacted also on user groups. And with you know, the summer rental period, we did a couple of experiments that worked really well. But part of that, for our benefit, we learned a lot in terms of also being more proactive in the marketing campaign that we're going to promote, and being one of the facilities with ice in early enough, and adjusting our abilities to maximize the ice is going to be something that we're going to definitely review, and we started to already, with perhaps even some indicators that next year we might not even have the ice in as early as possible. Maximize the use on one pad to the extent that we're not operating perhaps not till after Labor Day. Hypothetical, but that was definitely reviewed immediately after we basically worked a schedule out with operations staff and the community needs. But we can certainly drill down and start, you know, making it more as a business model, I think, and that's really the direction that I'm getting and I'm taking to staff and everybody else.
Thank you, Mr. Howe.
Your Worship, if I make a couple of notes about the schedules. All of the schedules, all these rates are before council because of my direction. The intention is to eventually bring all the rates together at one point ahead of budget so that we know what we can budget for the next year based on actual usage. Schedule E, even if you pull it out, those are the rates. Those are the rates that are approved by council right now. So if I'm asking your worship if you can approve the schedule, it doesn't do anything except confirm what we've got. If it's pulled out, it doesn't matter, it's still there. You can change those rates next week if you want. This isn't a standard. There are a couple of reports due from community services. One, the cultural report that's being worked on right now, as well as members of council will have received a piece of correspondence that will be coming to your next council meeting in respect of a possible strategic plan, mini plan, dealing with Roselawn itself, which we are going to probably foster and try to support. That'll be coming up also. The rates in here in respect of the Health and Wellness Center, the use of the two ice rinks. If you will recall the difference even between the leisure guide that was issued in the spring and the new one this fall, there's a huge amount of new programming. The intention is to even double that and triple that and quadruple that to provide as much programming as possible so that every minute, every available minute of every rentable hour is being used somewhere at the Valley Health and Wellness Center or at the Roselawn Center or at other facilities that we own, parks, the marina, etc. It is work in progress. And I just want to perhaps caution council, you can't really judge where it is right now. There is a full report being prepared by the treasurer in respect of the costs, our best guesses for our first year of operation of the Valley Health and Wellness Center. To me, it looks pretty good. The expenditures that we had estimated are on. We're not going to have any surprises that we can see. There's more coming. I know the mayor has been adamant that we, probably more than adamant, that we get this. The revenues have to be built over a period of time as things get built. It is coming. The report that you have tonight before you on rates recognizes some of the costs, some of the increase keeping up with inflation. As we build our revenue base and get a better handle and control on our operational costs, 2% may not even be 2%. Right now, there is a subsidy level that council has in the past, traditionally held and managed, and it may want to continue that. It'll be a conscious decision that council will make in the future. Until we get, I'm going to say, our feet firmly planted on the ground in respect of the use and our cost, right now that it's up and down, we really can't give you some assurance that 2% should be what the increase is.
Thank you, Mr.
Right now, we're asking just to keep with inflation. Everybody can bite on that.
Thank you, Mr. Howe. Just if I can expand on that before I go to, Councillor Elliott, were you done? Were you finished?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna go to Councillor Elliott, but I just wanted to expand on Mr. Howe's comments and some of the messages I've been giving staff. It all goes back to the level of subsidy, and every budget, we say to ourselves, oh, we did that? Oh, we passed that? You know, I didn't realize we did that throughout the year. And it's not your fault, it's just, you're human, you know, you don't remember. So I think it's paramount that when we recognize only by being presented the numbers and those levels of subsidy during budget, when we see the bigger picture, then we can actually prioritize where those subsidies go. And I recall, and B and Bill, and I think Ron and Yvonne can recall this, you know, back many years ago, actually B, I think it was when Neil was mayor, we had a strategy session on subsidies alone. Okay, and we recognized how much subsidization the city was doing, and quite frankly, where that subsidization was going. Some of it was going, most of it was going to the kids. And then we leaned off the adults to give more to the kids, especially those that were needy. Okay, and in certain sports, because certain sports are more expensive than others, arts and culture, and the list went on. So that is essential as we move forward, and an exercise we can go through in budget, so we can see, one, the bigger picture as it relates to what will these subsidies impact. We just heard how much money is going to be needed for the Ops Center. And the list goes on. So by seeing the bigger picture, the numbers that were entertained this evening, plugging that in, as Mr. Howell stated, into the budget, seeing the bigger picture to see what that would then therefore impact, especially as it relates to our priority list, and then within that priority list, who is the priority, what is the priority, I think is key. And I would agree with Mr. Howell, we should plug this in for budgetary reasons. Actually, Schedule E is not much different than what it was when you passed in July. And then if you want to make changes, then during budget, say it. This is how much of a subsidy we want to shift over to Roselawn. This is how much of a non-subsidy we want to take away from here or there. Because let's face it, folks, you have one pot of money. Now, no more is coming in, no more is going out. It's just a matter of what you're going to do with it. And that process, I would suggest, is most appropriate to be dealt with at budget time. So that way you see the bigger picture versus being somewhat arbitrary. Councillor Steele.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'd just like to thank my honourable friend to my right here for lending me her computer since mine died. A number of questions on this. Well, I thought I did, but I guess I didn't. Just on the ice rates section, through you, Your Worship, to Harry. Harry, like when we went through the whole process of the Valet Center, we had a consultant we hired to bring in for rates, and we talked about, I think, in the old days it was always a percentage, and then we went to a dollar value, which we pegged at around $5 per hour, that it was increasing over a number of years. And that $5 would continue for a while to get us up to a number per hour, which I think $165, it sticks in my mind, even at the youth level, and the adult was into the $220, $225. That based on the subsidies that we were using at that time, those are the numbers we should get our hours up to for the new facility in order to run properly and not subsidize the heck out of it. So maybe we should have that report pulled and just kind of take a peek at what the consultant's name escapes me. Wave Hockey.
SCDM.
SCDM. SCDM, yeah. What they did. The only other thing on that is the only change I would make to this portion of Schedule A is, can you just round it up to the dollars instead of having the change in there? Because I know we've got to add tax to that. It's a lot easier for organizations to work off of actual numbers than with cents in there. Like $132.60, make it $133. Believe me, it's a lot easier when we're doing our budgets sitting around my kitchen table and I'm sure all the other groups are the same way. So I would make that as an amendment to Schedule A, that we round everything up to the next dollar. So $200.95 becomes $2.01, and so on and so forth. Everything goes up a dollar, not a dollar, but to the dollar. So if I can put that as an amendment on that. The second thing on the Valley and Health and Wellness Center is that we have these curtains that go up, they go down, they go up, they go down, they go up, they go down, and depending on what event it is, whether it's a paid event, a non-paid event in the main arena. I would like to see a line in here where there is a charge for us putting those up and down. It's staff time. No matter what the event is, our staff has to go in and take them down, put them back up. What bothers me is that when you have another event that does not want those there and they're still down. It should be scheduled, it should be paid for by the group using the facility, that when those are down, they're put back up within a certain period of time. But there should be a charge for that. It's no different than renting a room or anything else. I got to pay to have it cleaned. They're paying for staff to go around and do something, whether it's putting a shade up or down or whatever. But it bothers me when you've got an event going on where you want the public to see it from the outside, and they can't because these shades are still down. It's fine during the event where it's paid, so that was the whole idea of them. But to me, there should be a fee, and I'd like to have that come back as an amendment at our next meeting, if you could do that. So that's that question, and I'll bring my amendment when I finish here. Just a couple of questions, Harry, on the field rentals.
Okay, Councilor Stu, before you go to that,
yeah.
I'm gonna ask for an amendment, because you're making some amendments here.
Well, just the one. Well, two, so sorry.
Right, so was that all, in terms of amendments?
So far. You wanna, I can do them, I'll do them in block, or not block, I can do one at a time if you want.
By all means, go ahead, and I'll wait till you're done.
Yeah.
But if you were done, I was gonna take the amendment now, and then let you continue. But if you're not.
Well, if you want to deal with the amendments as I go through, because it's each schedule, so we can amend each
Okay,
schedule.
go ahead.
So I'll go back to Schedule A, then my amendment to the motion would be that we round everything up to the dollar, and that we do put the charge in for the use of the curtains.
As per Schedule A, do you have a seconder to that, please? Councilor Desmarais, any questions or comments to that? Councilor Elliott?
I believe Schedule A, those prices include HST already? Yeah, they're inclusive.
Through your worship, to Councillor Elliott, yes, they're inclusive right now of HST. That's the
Okay.
way they've been presented.
That's fine.
Oh, okay, all right, because in the past, we've got them prior to HST. We used to get the actual dollar, then we would add our tax on it, so.
Through your worship to Councillor Steele, based on the data I was working with, this is the way this particular schedule was presented. We didn't back out the HST this time. We should have, actually, in all due respect, but we kept it status quo as in past. But the other schedules will not have the HST, so we'll make the adjustment.
Okay,
That's no problem.
only because that's what I was used to in the past. That's fine then. Obviously,
Okay,
got to have
good.
to change because the HST is included. But then I will add my amendment that the curtains be charged for, and if Harry can come back with an amendment to this report with a proper fee for that.
Okay, thank you. I do have a seconder, Councilor Desmarais. We're gonna back up item 1 as part of the amendment. Further questions or comments? All those in favor? Opposed? That will be carried. Go ahead, Councilor Steele.
Thank you, Your Worship. Under the soccer and ball field, baseball, softball diamonds, my question here on the soccer field adult tournament fee, it shows 2013, 2014 is $30/field/day. So if I'm operating a tournament, I'm paying a $30 fee for that field for the whole day, one $30 fee, or is it $30 per game per field per day?
Mr. Hakeem.
Through your worship to Councillor Steele, it's per game.
Okay, that's fine. Good, thank you. And secondly, there's no youth costs in here. Is that free? Do youth pay for, what? I don't remember not charging for a soccer or ball diamond.
Mr. Hakeem.
Through your worship to Councillor Steele, he's correct. So I'll have to investigate that to find out what those rates are because, again, we're basing it on historical data that obviously we've had from our previous schedules that have gone through. And there is, I think, an understanding with the soccer organization as to how those fields are, I guess, administered to some extent. And I'm trying to get a better handle on some of this because of the fact that I think there's genuinely some lost revenue, perhaps. But I need to investigate that, and I do have some meetings set up in October with those organizations to identify some of these things so that we can look at this a little bit more closely.
Thanks, Harry. Peter, did we not just go through this like a few years ago?
There's always a small charge for those.
Through Mr. Mayor, yes, we had a meeting with them a couple years ago.
When Gary was here.
With previous community services manager. And where there was an agreement, and that agreement is to be reviewed, was supposed to be reviewed after a couple of years, and I think we're at that point.
Great, thank you, Peter.
A couple of years ago.
Bill,
Yeah.
Councilor Steele, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship. I had a question on the pavilion in the marina, but I think I've answered it myself, so that's it for now. So through you, Your Worship, then Harry will come back with the youth rates for those, or what?
Yes.
I always remember there was youth
We'll take
rates.
that
Yeah.
as staff direction.
Okay.
So you had amendments for A, and you're asking Harry about C to come back with some information on that. That's great, thank you.
Okay, thanks.
Further questions or comments to the report? Councillor Bodnar.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I agree with the CAO that I don't think we got to pull this out because it is what it is, and until we make changes to it, it just is going to, you know, it's just going to be there, whether it's pulled or it's there. But I guess this is probably the third time I've looked at rates, and each time asked that we do something about it, and I guess it's a little frustrating to come back and look at it again. I understand we got to wait till we do our cultural plan, or at least have a sit down and have more time than a night like tonight that we really don't have a lot of time. And just one other thing, I may take exception to the mayor saying subsidy for Roselawn. It's only a subsidy if you're renting those rooms. If you're not renting those rooms, it's a smart business decision to take a look at this. But without that information, how many times do we rent the sunroom? You know, it may be that those rooms that are rented for weddings are fine, absolutely. If everybody's happy to pay that, great. But some of those smaller rooms, if we're not renting them, we're not subsidizing it if we drop the rate and then all of a sudden we start renting them 10, 12 times a year instead of 0. So without that information, and I understand you'll get it to us, Harry, but without that information, we're just not really talking anything here. So I look forward to getting the information and breakdown on those rooms.
Thank you, Councillor. Further questions or comments on the report? Go ahead, Councillor.
Thank you. Through you to Mr. Hakeem, could you just give me a time frame on when we could expect the numbers of the rental of the room side of it? Because if we have to wait till, you know, many months into budget, then we may be missing opportunities to make changes that would, because I mean, Christmas season is coming and other popular times for
Great. Mr.
rentals.
Hakeem.
Was my thought process.
Through your worship to Councillor Butters, I can have that information to you probably by the end of the week in terms of numbers and just some sort of data that we can probably pull from the computer to give us a breakdown, and I can share with all members of council, obviously, without making it a formal report, perhaps just a memo or something along that line. Would that suffice? I can probably have that between now and the end of the week, perhaps. Is that acceptable? Just a breakdown in terms of, I guess, facility use, for the lack of a better term. Okay. Yeah, we'll do that.
It's just basically netting out what the place is actually costing us, looking at the overall facility, but also the specifics of the facility, I think is what Barb's looking for. Councillor, go ahead.
I'm not looking for like what it's costing us. What I'm looking for is the use.
Mm-hmm.
The use and how many times the sunroom is rented, how many times, and so in a matter of 365 days, what are we actually looking at? Are we looking at 70 days of rental? Or are we looking at 30 days of rentals? And then it makes sense to say, okay, how do we get those numbers up? And one of the ways to get them up is to have special deals on them for renting them.
Mm-hmm. Well, and again, I think what you also have to look for that, based on use, is what we're getting for that use. So if the rate's at $100 per room, is it down? And based on historical information, if we were charging nothing or very little, was it up in terms of its use? Go ahead, Councillor.
I don't know that it's quite that simple, because I think when if you're gonna promote something, then you get the word out there that you have this certain areas of it available, right? And if and if it's justified to lower those costs, and I don't know if it is, because I don't know what the numbers say in the first place. That's why, we need that information. So if we do some shift of thinking here, like Councillor Bodnar said, if you're not renting them, you're not bringing money in, it's still costing us to have it, and we'd be better to rent them, 15, 20 times a year than zero. Much better.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Hakeem. Back to the motion, guys. Any further questions or comments? All those in favor? Opposed? That'll be carried. Thank you. Item 7, Councillor Steele.
Thank you, Your Worship. Not to confuse this little bit of information, but it does tie to the last report, just to let everybody know. Port Colborne Minor Hockey this year is up over 400 kids. We have the first girls team in the history of the city of Port Colborne for minor hockey. Our Pee Wee team is full. We have 78 or 80 tyke kids registered from 42 last year. So our numbers are going up. A couple of divisions are down, but those are those typical years where there's less kids being born in those certain years. It's kind of goes on all the time, but in 4 of our divisions, we're way up in our registration. So bodes well for Harry and selling ice and the community room and everything else at the Valet Center. So I'll move Department of Community and Corporate Services Division Report 21330, subject 2014 budget guidelines, that the city of Port Colborne receives this report for information purposes.
Thank you. Have a second to that, please. Councillor Elliott, questions or comments? Councillor Steele.
Yeah, Your Worship, only because I bring this up over from last year. We had 1 or 2 groups that came forward to look for money out of our city budget. We don't give money out of our city budget to groups anymore. That goes through the hydro board, through proper applications and all the other stuff. Can I ask that we not do that again this year? To be quite honest, it is a waste of time, not only our waste of time. Budget is very important. I want to be concentrating on a budget, not sitting here for an hour listening to people ask for money, and then we just turn around and say, well, you got to apply to the hydro. If we can, through the clerk, those people should be directed to go to the hydro. Twice a year we give away money. That's where we give away money. I don't like it when they bring 40, 50 people in here expecting to get money when that's not what we do anymore. So I would really like to ask that during the budget process, because I do truly believe it's a waste of our time. We're trying to get as good a budget for the taxpayer of the city of Port Colborne. We have avenues to give away money, and that's what we should be concentrating on.
Thank you, Councillor. I'll take that as an amendment, please. Do we have a seconder to that, please? Councillor Bodnar, questions or comments to the amendment? All those in favor? Opposed? That will be carried. Back to the main motion. Questions or comments? All those in favor? Opposed? That will be carried. Thank you. Item 9, Councillor Danch.
Department of Community and Corporate Services Division, report number 2013-32, subject Port Colborne Community and Port Colborne Welland Link bus rates, that the Council of the City of Port Colborne approve the attached fare schedule effective October 1st, 2013.
Thank you, Councillor. Seconder, please. Councillor Doucette. Mr. Sinez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a highlight of the report. The Transit Advisory Committee is we talked about Transit Advisory at the Transit Advisory Committee, the increase of some fares effective October 1st, and again they are keeping in line with the Welland Transit fares, because we do have the link in the community. So essentially the cash fares are going up 25 cents from $2.50 to $2.75. Children 12 and under from $1.25 to $1.50. Passes, eliminating the 22 ride pass that will no longer be sold, but anybody that does have those passes at this point in time, they will continue until used. So the only passes that will be available are the 10 ride passes, and those prices are remaining the same. And the monthly passes are also available, and those prices are also remaining the same. The Port Colborne Welland link, the link to Welland, the price is $3.50, and that fare is also remaining the same. and that's in conjunction, similar to the other links between other municipalities. So it's the same fare price. And the only change for the link service is the 10-ride pass is being increased from $27.50 to $32. When they were looking at that, the discount from the regular fare to the passes was quite extensive, so they were just closing that gap a little bit. And also, just as an aside, the increase to the $2.75 is similar across the region, St. Catharines and Niagara Falls. So it's everybody's trying to basically bring their rates all around to the same structure.
Thank you. Questions or comments? All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Councillor Doucette, item 10. You didn't raise item 10? 10. Item 10 wasn't raised?
10. No, you brought up, your worship, to give it to Councillor.
Oh, that's right. That's right. I'm sorry. Yeah, if you just put it on the floor.
Department of Community Corporate Services Division, report number 2013-33, subject for Colborne Community Bus proposed route change and extended hours of services. That the Council of the City of Port Colborne approves the West Community route change to accommodate the providing of transit service and stop at the corner of Elm Street and Charlotte Street. That the new route will turn left off Ash Street and then travel north on Elm Street to the stop sign at Elm and Charlotte and turn right on the onto Charlotte to City Hall. Everybody got that? That the Council of the City of Port Colborne approve the pilot project of extending the daily community bus service by 1 hour earlier in the morning to commence at 7 a.m. and 1 hour later in the evening ending at 6 p.m. with the cost being funded from the 2013 operating revenues and provincial gas tax funds. That the project be in place for 6 months to March 31st, 2014, to be reviewed during the 2014 budget deliberations as to the continuation of the extended hours of service.
Thank you, Councillor. Do I have a seconder to that, please? Councillor Kenny, Mr. Sinez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The reason I wanted to have this report pulled was basically I received some additional information just late Friday from the Welland Transit Service. In the report, we talk about that it's a 2-hour service that's being extended. It's an hour in the morning and an hour in the evening. They've brought to my attention that that 2 hours is actually going to be, will have to be 2.5 hours, and due to a number of reasons with the number of hours of the workers, 10-hour shift, and a couple other different reasons. I haven't actually had a chance, it was just by email, I haven't actually had a chance to speak to the Welland Transit manager to get all the details. But basically what I thought I'd bring to council's attention is what that additional cost would be. And I do want to talk to the transit and just to see what can be done in order to try to minimize it, to keep it to the 2 hours, 2-hour cost. But if it did go to 2.5 hours, I just want council to be aware of what that does with the dollars that I already have in the report. So instead of the 2 hours, if it went to 2.5 hours, there's an additional $2,000 cost for the service to the end of this year, which still can be covered through the revenues that we are generating for 2013. If we went to a full year, and the recommendation is the pilot project goes to March 31st. But in the report, I put an example in there that if it was extended for a whole year and the service was in place and council approved that, that the cost would be in total $34,000. With that extra half hour for 251 days, that cost increases by about $8,500, which brings it to about $42,000 for complete service for that additional 2 hours. So I just wanted to make council aware of that potential change. And if council still wants to approve that part of it, then that's fine. At least council has that information. If council wishes to defer that one part of the recommendation for further information that I may get from the Welland Transit, I'll leave that to council as to what you want to, how you want to proceed.
Thank you, Peter. Questions or comments? Councillor Elliott, Councillor Doucette.
I guess just one quick question. To turn up here off Elm and come down Charlotte, why don't they go in through Food Basics?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. We talked about them going into Food Basics, but because it's a private property, being Food Basics, that they don't tend to go into private business, and they also They also didn't see that there was an available spot that they could safely stop and let people in and out. We did ask them to look at that, and they felt that a stop right at the stop sign behind Food Basics would still allow people to get on the bus there. Basically what happens is a lot of people will walk down to City Hall and get on the bus at City Hall and basically leave their carts in front of City Hall. And we have to call up Food Basics to come down and get them. So essentially, what the drivers were looking at was that if we came up Elm Street and then stopped, because they have to stop at that stop sign, and people can get on there and then come down to City Hall and then travel on to the east route.
Great, thank you.
I get it. And then they can leave their buggies at the corner of Elm and Charlotte. Because, yeah, because I'm kind of thinking that transits that I know go into the Penn Center, Seaway Mall, I'm kind of thinking they're private property too, and yet they go, I know that they get specific things. I'm just thinking, somehow, somewhere along the line, if you want to keep the buggies on your property, you might make a concession to make a stop so the buggies stay on your property, but if that's as close as we can get, that's fine.
Thank you, Councillor Peter.
It is something that I can bring back to them, to maybe speak to them to designate a certain area, because I know when you go into the malls, there is an area that they can actually pull in. It's out of the way. It's safe for people to get on and off. And whether or not that can be done there, at this point in time, they didn't think it could be. But we can have further discussions through the Transit Advisory Committee with it.
Thanks, Peter. Councillor Doucette.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. The number 2 there, adding an hour in the morning and an hour in the evening, I'll be honest, I've been pushing for that quite a bit. The reason being is that when you showed up here, if you took the bus and came uptown, you could not take the bus at the end of the day if you worked in town, because the bus left here at 4:15, I believe. So if you worked uptown and you took the bus in, you had to walk back home. You couldn't take the bus, or you had to have someone pick you up. And that means we're losing ridership. Same thing with early morning. In the morning, I was just at the MDS lab the other day, watching people being dropped off here at 7:30, 7:45. If they're being picked up at 7, again, we have ridership. People don't have to drive them in. They'll get on the bus and come here. And I believe there is an opportunity there to increase our ridership by doing this. And that was the reason why I brought it up, just to make sure that I think we need this pilot to see if it's really viable or not. So.
Thank you. Further questions or comments? All those in favor? Opposed? That will be carried. Thank you. We'll now move on to item 11. Councillor Elliott.
Thank you, Mayor. That the Council of the City of Port Colborne adopt in principle the proposed comprehensive building bylaw changes attached to this report. That the Council of the City of Port Colborne adopt in principle and subject to the outcome of a public meeting, the schedule of fees to the proposed building bylaw also attached to this report. That appropriate notice be given and a public meeting be held concerning the proposed fee changes at a future meeting of Council.
Thank you, Councillor. Have a second to that, please. Councillor Desmarais, questions or comments? Councillor Elliott.
And the only reason I bring it up is because of a word in there that I wish wouldn't appear, and it also appears in item number 4. adopt in principle. If we're going to have a public meeting, and you heard it tonight that somebody said it, we're going to adopt in principle something prior to a public meeting. If we haven't made notice that we're going to have the public meeting, it's going to be at a future council meeting. Why are we going to adopt it in principle when we haven't even heard what the public has to say? I'd hate for us to say, yes, we approve it in principle, and then you get a stream to the podium, and there's great ideas from the public that say, we don't think you should do this because ABC, and we sit there and reconsider what we've done. And again, prior meeting, we've approved it in principle, and then we may change our mind. I wish we wouldn't do that. I don't know why it started, but I think it's happened the last couple of meetings that we've had that. If there's a report going to come, receive for information the item that we have and accept the item. Yes, we know that it's coming, but to approve it in principle, the one lady said tonight, why did you do that? It doesn't look good. Just receive it for information, and we'll make the decision when the public meeting comes.
Thank you. Further questions or comments? Councillor Demeray.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I totally agree with Councillor Elliott. I don't like the adopt in principle either, and I've had some feedback from the community. They don't like it. If we need to say that in order to provide some sort of an incentive, then maybe we should just say have no objection as of this date. But adopt in principle, I really don't like that.
Further questions or comments? All those in favor? All those in favor
Of this motion?
of the motion? Well, that's right. All those in favor?
Down to make that change.
Opposed? That would be lost. New recommendation, Councillor Elliott.
I make a motion that we receive item 11 for information and that we give notice of the public meeting for a future council.
Do I have a seconder on that? Councillor Butters? Questions or comments? All those in favor? Opposed? That will be carried. Thank you. Now we'll move on to item 19. Councillor Elliott.
Thank you, Mayor. That the resolution received from the town of Niagara Lake, Niagara Region's Water and Wastewater Service Delivery Review be received for information.
Thank you. Do I have a seconder to that, please? Councillor Danch, questions or comments? All those in favor? Opposed? That will be carried. Oh, you want to talk? I'm sorry. Go ahead, Councillor Elliott. Go ahead. Go ahead. All your hands went up.
Did I miss something? Yeah, it must be getting late, and I'll make it real quick.
I'm trying to get before 11 o'clock here, okay? 10:44 here, guys.
Trust
Help me out here.
Trust me, it won't take that long. I just lost it, but it says that Niagara Lake rejects the proposal from the consultants that came around, and they want to continue with the two-tier system of water, wastewater delivery. And I know that we had the presentation here, and we had staff report, and I couldn't remember if we're waiting for another report to come back, and if we are, when's it coming? And based on what staff had on that report and when the consultant presented, I'm pretty sure that we could support what Niagara Lake passed in their resolution, and I'll throw it out for everybody else.
Mr. Hanson?
Mr. Mayor, just an update on the status of the report. We've just found out that it's going to Regional Council November the 14th, Mr. Mayor, for debate. It's just been scheduled.
Now, we did have a recommendation that evening that council supported. Right? Okay. No. No. A recommendation was to support staff in the recommendation. So, may I suggest to clerk, maybe you want to send that out to members of council, just to refresh your memories with respect to the recommendation that was passed that evening?
Something was coming in.
Okay. Okay. I do want to kick back to the report that we amended. Mr. Howe wanted to comment on 137, page 137, item 11. Mr. Howe.
Your Worship, the purpose for, I can't revisit, I'm sorry, because you've made your decision, but can we put these new rates out to the public, or are you directing some different rates than what we had proposed?
Councillor Elliott, that was your motion. Item 11, Mr. Howe's asking for what goes out to the public now that we've didn't support in principle that we in fact,
Oh, yeah, I said we'll receive the report for information. And then, because when it says in the items, right, we'll just receive it for information. And then we're just gonna go to the public and to announce the public meeting, because basically, that's what it says.
Mr. Howe?
Adopt the proposed comprehensive building bylaw changes attached to this report. Well, if we receive it for information, we're not changing the proposed changes. We're just receiving it for information, and we're still gonna go forward with notification of a public meeting.
Mr. Howe?
I really don't want to be difficult, Your Worship. I just want to make sure that, like, these are staff's suggested rates. Council hasn't approved or indicated any way one or the other. I just want make it very clear in the record, council record, that staff are going to propose these rates to the public, and then the public will be coming in here, and council will consider. So whether or not you agree, one or the other, but right now, I'm just looking for direction. This is what we're going to put to the public on this schedule. Is that the direction?
Councilor Elliott?
That for information, right? Here's
Okay.
your information on what we're gonna do.
Okay, that's fine, good. Okay, members, that exhausts the, you're exhausted, I know, the reports for this evening. I am now going to ask a member of council if there's any notices of motion. No. Don't you dare. If I can ask for a motion to adjourn this portion of tonight's agenda, please. Councillor Steele, Councillor Desmarais, all those in favor? Opposed? That will be carried. I am now going to move on into the council agenda, please. Council? Madam Clerk, are there any addendum items?
Thank you. Yes, Mr. Mayor, there's one addendum item this evening, the withdrawal of the bylaw associated with the report on the Committee of the Whole agenda for the schedule of rates and fees for the Valet Health and Wellness Center, Roselawn Center, Nickel Beach, and Municipal Parks. That needs to be withdrawn and then presented to a subsequent council meeting because there was an amendment.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Motion to confirm the agenda, please. Councillor Kenny? Councillor Steele? All those in favor? Opposed? That will be carried. Disclosures of interest. Councillor Elliott.
Item 12, I have a pecuniary interest as I represent the owners of the land in question.
Thank you, Councillor. If I can have a mover and seconder to adopt the minutes of the 35th or 31st meeting special of council dated September 9th, 2013, and the minutes of the 32nd meeting regular of council of September 9th, 2013. Councillor Doucette, Councillor Steele, questions or comments? All those in favor? Opposed? That will be carried. Any items requiring a separate discussion? Councillor Steele.
I'll bring up item 12.
Thank you. Any further items requiring a separate discussion? With none, mover and seconder for the items not requiring a separate discussion. Councillor Steele, Councillor Bodnar, all in favor? Opposed? Carried. Councillor Steele.
Worship, I'll bring up item 12 for Councillor Elliott's conflict.
Thank you. Do I have a seconder, please? Councillor Doucette, questions or comments? All those in favor? Opposed? That will be carried. Okay, I have three proclamations before us today, and I'm going to be looking for a mover and seconder for all three. The first is Child Care Worker and Early Childhood Educator Appreciation Day, dated Wednesday, October 13, 2013, that whereas years of research confirms the benefits of high-quality child care for young children's intellectual, emotional, social, and physical development and later life outcomes. And whereas child care promotes the well-being of children and responds to the needs of parents, child care workers, and the broader community by supporting quality of life so that citizens can fully appreciate and participate in and contribute to the economic and social life of their community. And whereas many studies show trained and knowledgeable early childhood educators and child care staff are the most important element in quality child care. Now, therefore, I, Mayor Vincent Badaway, proclaim October 30th, 2013 as the 13th Annual Child Care Worker and Early Childhood Educator Appreciation Day here in the city of Port Colborne in recognition of the education, dedication, and commitment of child care workers to children and their families and the quality of life to the community. Mover and seconder, please. Councillor Doucette and Councillor Desmarais. Questions or comments? All in favor? Opposed? That will be carried. The second is Fire Prevention Week, and I'm going to ask the Chief to speak after I read this motion. October 6th to 12th, 2013, that whereas many dedicated citizens have joined with volunteer, professional, and industrial fire safety personnel as partners in fire prevention in a relentless effort to minimize loss of life, destruction of property, and damage to the environment. And whereas fire losses in Canada remain unacceptably high in comparison with those in other industrialized nations, thereby necessitating improved and fire prevention measures. And whereas it is desirable that information on fire causes and recommended preventative measures be disseminated during a specific period of the year. And whereas the 2013 fire prevention theme for this period is Prevent Kitchen Fires and Get Cooking with Fire Safety. Always make sure to stay in the kitchen and pay attention when you're cooking, for those of you that cook. Drink responsibly when cooking. You're going to have to explain that one. And if a fire occurs, get out immediately and call 911. These simple strategies will ensure that you do not have a kitchen fire. Now, therefore, I, Vance M. Badaway, Mayor of the City of Port Colborne, do hereby proclaim the week of October 6th to 12th, 2013 as Fire Prevention Week here in the City of Port Colborne. Mover and seconder, please. Councillor Desmarais, Councillor Kenny. Questions or comments before I go to the Chief? Chief, the floor is yours.
Your Worship, thank you very much. I've been waiting with bated breath to get up to the microphone.
You have been very patient, Chief. I'm fairly impressed.
Thank you very much for this opportunity. We promote fire prevention in this community quite vigorously, as you all know, certainly because of events that do occur from time to time. I'll try to explain these particular words, with regards to staying in the kitchen when you're cooking. We've had two recent fires in our community that amounted to about $200,000 worth of damage, both from cooking that was left unattended. The other sentence that's in here with regards to drinking, we've had a number of instances over the years where there's been fires caused by people drinking too much, starting a fire by cooking, sitting down while they turn the stove on, then there's a fire because it's left unattended. We've had one instance in this community where one gentleman has caused 3 fires for that very reason. 2 in one apartment and one just recently in another apartment. The stove has since been removed from his apartment.
Good call.
Yeah, we hope not to go back, but they do happen. So it's quite interesting that these types of things do happen. The kickoff to our Fire Prevention Week is going to occur on October the 5th from 10 a.m. in the morning, which is a Saturday, from 10 a.m. in the morning until 2 p.m. in the afternoon. It's a very well-attended event in the community. It grows each year, and we certainly invite all members of council and any of the viewing public to attend basis. I would hazard a guess at least weekly, and probably more than that. He's at the police detachment speaking with various people at that detachment. The impact to us will be significant in the sense that we'll lose that ability to work with them closely on an ongoing basis. More importantly, you all know the fire prevention officer, the amount of workload he's got under him. That's going to mean he's going to have to go to Welland to deal with police issues, which is going to increase the workload on our people. So it will have an effect on us. And I know from working in a previous municipality outside of Niagara where we had one police detachment in a very large community, it meant we had to travel up to 14, 15 miles to that detachment on a regular basis. It won't be quite that bad here, but the activities we do have with Niagara Regional Police are significant, and it will impact us in a negative effect.
Thank you, Chief, and thank you for your comments on this year's fire prevention theme. I have to say, being an owner of a building with apartments, at times we've had situations up there where people, and when you talk about drinking responsibly when cooking, where people have been drinking and started a meal on the stove and actually fell asleep. And of course with that, luckily we've caught it in time, but by all means it's something to take very serious. So with that, members of council, Any further questions or comments? All those in favor? Opposed? That will be carried. Thank you. My last resolution is for Small Business Week, on October 20th to 26th, 2013. That whereas each year 1 week is set aside to highlight Small Business Week, and whereas the theme for this year's Small Business Week is Success Ahead, Map Your Future. Is that supposed to be future or feature? Map Your Future Growth? Future growth? Okay. Future growth, and whereas entrepreneurs and their innovative businesses respond to the changing demands of the marketplace and create jobs, thus becoming a primary force in driving the national economy. And whereas Small Business Week has grown substantially in both size and scope since its inception in 1979 as a small event in British Columbia and now as a nationwide celebration in entrepreneurship. And whereas Small Business Week continues to pay tribute to the important contribution that small businesses make to the national economy. And whereas Small Business Week activities provide established and prospective entrepreneurs with training and development opportunities and create a forum for networking and sharing ideas. And whereas entrepreneurs are tenacious, vital, idea-filled people who look for opportunities and improvements at every turn and who are passionate about business. Now therefore, I, Mayor Vincent Badaway, proclaim the week of October 20th to 26th, 2013 as Small Business Week here in the city of Port Colborne. Mover and seconder, please. Councillor Danch, Councillor Bodner. Questions or comments? All those in favor? Opposed? That will be carried. Okay. Notices of motion. Are there any notices of motion this evening? With none, Madam Clerk, the introduction of the bylaws.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, that the following bylaws be read 3 times and finally passed. Bylaw 6001-107-13, being a bylaw to amend zoning bylaw 11509781 as amended, respecting lands known as Concession 1, Part Lot 16, Plan 59R, 6390, Parts 1 and 3, Geographic Township of Humberston, in the City of Port Colborne, Regional Municipality of Niagara, municipally known as 2033 Fire Lane 2, and bylaw 5002-10813, being a bylaw to temporarily close to vehicular traffic a section of Market Square for the purposes of the downtown Port Colborne Business Improvement Area 3rd Annual Harvest Festival.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Mover and seconder, please. Councillor Elliott, Councillor Danch. Questions or comments? All those in favor? Opposed? That will be carried. Madam Clerk, the confirmatory bylaw, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, that the following bylaw be read 3 times and finally passed. Bylaw 6003-10913, being a bylaw to adopt, ratify, and confirm the proceedings of the Council of the Corporation of the City of Port Colborne at its special and regular meetings of the Council September 23rd, 2013.
Mover and seconder, please. Councillor Steele, Councillor Kenny. Questions or comments? All those in favor? Opposed? That will be carried. Before I ask for the next motion, I will need a motion to go past 11 o'clock. Councillor Steele, Councillor Desmarais. Questions or comments? All those in favor? Opposed? That will be carried. I will now ask for a motion. Actually, before I get to that, upcoming meetings, we have a meeting here Tuesday, October 15th, 2013. Committee of the Whole and Council beginning at 6:30 p.m. here in the Chamber, followed by Monday, October 28th, 2013. Once again, Committee of the Whole and Council, 6:30 p.m. here in the Chamber. So I will be looking for a motion to go into closed session. That Council now proceed in camera in order to address the following, excuse me guys, excuse me, the following matters. A, the minutes of the closed session portion of the September 9th, 2013 meeting. B, confidential planning and development report number 2013-57 concerning a matter before the Ontario Municipal Board pursuant to the Municipal Act 2001, subsection 2392E, litigation or potential litigation, including matters before administrative tribunals affecting the municipality or local board. And finally, C, confidential verbal report from the Chief Administrative Officer concerning an environmental matter pursuant to the Municipal Act 2001, subsection 2392E, litigation or potential litigation, including matters before administrative tribunals affecting the municipality or local board. Mover and seconder, please. Councillor Elliott, Councillor Bodner, questions or comments? All in favor? Opposed? That will be carried. Have a wonderful week.